Okay, everybody, we are live. Can everybody see me and hear me? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? How do I look? This is definitely a little bit of an experiment here. I am going to admit that. I usually do not do this stuff from my laptop, but we're going to try to make it work. So the screen is going to be a little bit simplified compared to my typical free agency streams, but nothing really else I can do about it. Looks like the on-screen chat is not working, so that's cool. I'm probably just going to get rid of that at this point then. Maybe it'll make the stream run a little bit better anyway. Okay, hold on. Maybe. It's not my laptop mic. It's not my laptop mic. I plugged in my headset, my PlayStation 5 headset, and I'm using the microphone in the headset. So no, that's not it. Carson Youngman, thank you for getting the donation started today with me. It is Walter who gets there. Cheers to the future. All on you now, John. Way better? Okay, good. Okay. Give me a couple minutes to log into Stream Elements, and then I'll get rid of the on-screen chat because I think it's attached to the other stream I set up for tomorrow, which it does this sometimes. Pomus or PX Omus, thank you for the member message. Member for 18 months. 100. Let's go. We live. Yes, we are. Twitter's not down for me, or X or whatever. A lot of people were saying it's down for them. It has never been down for me. Everything's good for my X. I think. If there's anything wrong with it, all right. I haven't. Okay, we're 3 minutes in and nothing's really happened yet. What's your number one player you want? Wow, that's a good question. Azeez Ojulari at this point. I'll say Azeez Ojulari. He's young enough to where he should be good for a long time. And you can get him relatively cheap because he hasn't been able to stay healthy. Carson, thank you for the member message. FA year forward, Brendan Nelson, excited for another go-around with the team headed in a new direction. Trust the process with MM for now. I trust MM. I do not trust John Snyder so much right now, but we'll see. That can change. Okay, it looks like we have our first news item of the day. Hold on. Let me work to confirm this real quick. Okay. I'm not seeing anything yet, but people in the chat are claiming Hassan Reddick went to Tampa. 1 year, $24 million. Goodness gracious me. Okay. How does that look on screen, people? Jalen Moore. 2 years, 30 million, Kansas City. Is he the Steelers guy? Oh, 14. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was about to say it's 14. Okay, okay. Okay, yes, I see it now. Hassan Reddick, 1 year, 14 million with Tampa. Okay. Big Patty Daddy, thank you for the 4.99. What's up, Brendan? We making moves today? I gotta believe. Oh, the Niners guy. Okay, my bad. Who's the Steelers guy? There's a Steelers guy as well. I can't remember his name. Jalen Moore. Okay, I'm not seeing anything about Moore yet, so I'm gonna wait a minute here before I put it up on screen. I gotta go let my dog out. 1 second. I'm gonna be doing this a lot today, just so you guys know. All right, I'm back. Dan Moore. Okay, there we go. By the way, guys, we got 600 people in here. I hope this stream is not. I know I'm dropping frames, but it seems negligible. Thank you, Ymir. Oh yeah, Rodgers on a 1 year deal is way better than Darnold. I still don't want Darnold, Rodgers, because he's a prick, but would be way better. Oh, sound. Oh shoot. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Shoot. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, you guys are gonna have to get used to that. I'm gonna be getting up and letting my dogs in and out, in and out, and in and out constantly. If you guys have dogs, you probably know what I'm talking about. That's all they do. In, out, in, out, in, out. I don't think Rodgers is good anymore, but at least he'd be cheap. At least it'd be short term. Okay, now my ex. Okay, let me turn down the donation alarm a little bit here. All right, I think that will have fixed it. My ex loads. I'm just not. Okay, here we go. Chris Godwin, back to the Buccaneers. 3 years, 66. Boom. Okay, I'm not seeing the Jalen Moore thing. I'll put that up for now, but I don't know if that's right. By the way, guys, just so you guys know, if you guys post like a lot of fake news stuff, I am just gonna ban you. I'm not really in the mood to be dealing with that stuff. Adam Schefter posted it. It's not loading on my feed. Do you think we get quarterback before Wednesday? I have no idea. All right, well, that's enough of that. Cups hasn't been cut yet, I don't think. Breer. Why is Breer not showing up on my feed? Okay, the Max signing got announced an hour ago. I'm only doing stuff that came out like after 9 o'clock. Yeah, okay, here we go. I see it now. Jalen Moore, 2 years, $30 million. All right. Okay, there. The on-screen chat is now gone. Because it wasn't working anyway. And hopefully it makes the stream run better anyway. So who needs it? No, we're definitely not going to get anything trading Sam Howell. And I kind of like having Sam Howell around. He's very cheap. And even though I'm not a big fan, there is some potential there. He's not a lost cause. I'm just not a big fan. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing this on Reddit stuff. So Chris Godwin got three years, 66 million. If the Darnold-Kubiak relation is as good as they say, then I think Darnold is going to be announced as the Seahawks quarterback soon. If not, then I think it's likely Rodgers. Man, can we just do like Zach Wilson or something? I'm not even kidding, man. I'd rather do Zach Wilson. It sure seems like the Darnold stuff is real. Would you trade Reek Woolen? I think I would, yeah. Yeah, and by the way, guys, please like the stream if you haven't already. Yeah, okay, yeah. Godwin. I'm not seeing anything else, guys. I'm seeing those three. The problem with Rodgers is I don't think he would show up to practice until like late August. And then what? He's not going to know the offense. He's not going to know how to play with these teammates. Man, the viewership numbers are fluctuating wildly. We're over 700 right now. Evan Brown re-signed to the Cards. Yeah, I saw that before 9 o'clock. That got punched in early. Okay, so Jalen Moore is a left tackle. Is he not? Yes. I think he is. John, I don't even think Jalen Milroe should be drafted. He's awful. Would you like a Winston signing for a league minimum? That'd be okay. I'd be okay with that. What do you think about Justin Fields? I'm not a fan, but for the right, as long as it's cheap, I don't mind it. I don't think Fields is good, but there is talent there. I would draft Milroe in the 6th round and move him to tight end. He's not a quarterback. Why okay to Winston, but not Russell Wilson back for the minimum? Well, for one, Schneider doesn't like Will. I don't think Schneider would sign Wilson under any circumstance. I think that's kind of the deal breaker. Like the idea of bringing Wilson back on vet min is like fine, but I'm pretty sure Schneider hates Wilson's guts because of he doesn't want to work with Mark Rogers anymore. What do you think about Tyler's show? I haven't looked at him very much yet, Pastor Simmons. I will. Also, JSN would demand a trade if we signed Wilson. That's the other part of this too. Like, I can't imagine anyone being more miserable than JSN trying to play with Russ. We don't have room on the team for Grady Jarrett. We have too many 3-techs as it is. You know, it took a long time. I'm starting to develop a little bit of a taste for coffee. I've always viewed coffee as like medicine that you take when you're trying to wake up. This is not bad. He also said Bo Nix wasn't a first-round pick. I mean, if he didn't have Sean Payton, what the hell would he be? Why were some team players able to be signed yesterday to teams? Because some players got released. If you get released, you can be signed immediately, I think. I don't know the exact methodology, but the point is, if you get released before free agency starts, you're just free. What kind of creamer you got? Dahlman? A bear? That's not a bad deal. 342. 342. That's a lot less than people were thinking. That's 14 mil a year. Well, Bobo is my religion. We probably didn't even try to. Dominic Martinez, thank you for the member master. I'm sorry. Thank you for the elite channel membership. Welcome to the channel. I don't know why I said member message, but thank you for the membership. I mean, we probably didn't even really try to go after Dahlman, to be perfectly honest. I could see this team pumping the brakes a little bit on building up stuff. Oh, is it still too loud? Hold on. Okay, that should be better now. Braxton Berrios to the Texans, 1 year, $2 million. Yes, there we go. So Houston filling up their receiver room a little bit here. 1, 2. What do you think about Will Fries? That'd be pretty good. I could dig it. He'd probably be a little bit cheaper than we expect because of the injury. Well, here's the thing. If we sign Sam Darnold and then we don't fix the offensive line, that's the worst case. Anthony Sandoval, thank you for the $1.99. How do you feel about Dart in the second round? I'm not big on the Dart stuff. I think he's a third rounder. I don't like him that much. I don't think he has an NFL big arm. I'm kind of quiet. Yeah, my microphone is in my headset. Oh, my bad. There we go. Aaron Jones re-signed with the Vikings like yesterday or 2 days ago, right? Okay. This should be better now. Dart is going in the third. I don't know where he's going. I'm just not a big fan. I know people like him more than I do, and that's fine. All right. Okay, it looks like we're pretty much caught up on all the news. $850 people in this stream right now. What's going on, everybody? Thank you for coming out. Good to see y'all. It's been a tough week. It's been a tough, I don't know, 7 days. But I think we're on a decent path right now. We just have to stay on that path. We just have to stay on the right path here. Mm. I still think moving Haynes would be a pretty good idea. Yeah, well, Godwin Bucks saw that when the day started. Any Hawks news today? Not yet, Michael. Not yet. We are only 22 minutes in, so it's not very surprising. Any chance we trade picks to move up for Sanders? That would be an excellent way to get me to change my channel name to Texans Brendan Nelson. For $100 million, I'd probably become a Raiders fan, Alex. I mean, $100 million, that's a lot of money. Would you have wanted to give DK the same contract the Steelers did? I mean, I don't think it made a lot of sense to keep him after trading Geno. But before I traded Geno, sure. What about we trade for Cam Ward? That's not going to happen. How about drafting Will Howard? I liked him, and then he had the worst combine in human history. Jason, the cap goes up by 10% like every year. That's okay. Yes, at the moment he's not worth 33 million a year, but he's not going to get 33 million a year because the cap hits are going to scale by the time he's making 33 plus million a year. The cap is going to have gone up so much it doesn't matter. Igbuka's a slot receiver. I don't think Igbuka's going to be a good slot receiver. 1 second, guys. Dogs want in. Get in here. Elijah Mitchell to KC, the running back. Yes. Brendan, that doesn't justify paying DK 33 million per year. Yes, it does, actually. It is the best, purest, most obvious justification that you could have. How? They don't give out a Super Bowl championship for having the most cap space. What about Cousins? Well, Cousins is under contract, right? You'd have to trade for him. Would you be happy with Manwari, Dart, and Trey Harris? It'd be okay. I don't know. Even Manwari's dicey. He wasn't that productive in college, and then he dominated the combine. I'm not a fan of JJ McCarthy. I'd rather trade for Will Levis. Brendan, how do you feel about the compensation we got back for DK? It's pretty weak. Pretty weak. Puke. Yeah, Quinn, but then you'd have to pay him a ton of money. Say goodbye to all your cap space. Can you show your dogs? It's a little bit hard because my webcam is like built into my laptop. Hold on, hold on. You guys aren't going to be able to. Oh, no, she doesn't want to be on. Okay. Maybe later, guys. Maybe later. How do you feel about a trade for Richardson? Depends on the cost. I'm at least listening to it though. Well, J-Matt, I'm pretty sure remember, he's a Packers guy. The Packers, this is how the Packers operate because they're not a very wealthy organization. And I think he's just kind of ported that philosophy over. Jorge, Dahlman's already been signed. BJ Hill, 3 years, 33 million. That is more than I thought he'd get. That's pretty dang good for BJ Hill. I think we have 10 picks. Yeah, we have 67 million in cap space. We also have about that much in dead cap. Okay? We have about that much in dead cap. So I don't think going for it with 67 million in dead cap is a very smart idea. All right, guys. So now that we're about a half an hour in, and we've got over 800 people in the stream right now. So I want to say thank you everybody for coming out today and being part of day one of the free agency frenzy stream. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everybody's doing well so far. Nothing's happened for the Seahawks so far, but that should be very much in line with expectations. So I want to talk about what I'm going to do here for the next week. I'm going to be streaming 8 hours a day. Not to say that I'm going to be sitting in front of my computer the entire time, but I'm going to be streaming as much as possible, talking through the moves across the entire NFL with a special focus on the Seahawks perspective. I'm going to be interacting with chat. I'm going to be doing everything I can to answer questions, but keep in mind there are like 800 people in here, and there are quite possibly going to be more during certain times. So I'm going to do the best that I can, but my main goal is to cover free agency. So what I'm going to say is that if you want to help out, there are many ways you can do so. Just be here, watch the stream, participate in the stream. You can like the stream. John Schmelensky, thank you for the gifted membership. OMS, congratulations on the membership. So yeah, we have 152 likes right now on the stream. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. I make many Seahawks videos every day. We're basically doing nothing but Seahawks content pretty much every day until there's no more Seahawks stuff to talk about. And then there are ways you can go above and beyond. I typically don't do a lot of discussion about donation stuff on this channel because I don't stream that much. Most of what I do are pre-recorded videos, and I stream maybe a few times a week. But there are 2 times a year where I do hope to earn a decent amount of money in donations. They are during this time of year, during free agency, during this week as I'm streaming. And there's also the draft when I'm streaming the entire draft. So for the next week, if anybody is able to go above and beyond, I would appreciate it. There are many ways you can do that. You can become a channel member for $2, $5, or $15 a month by clicking the join button down below. You can do a super chat by clicking the $ in the chat. All donations and all memberships will get a pop-up in the chat with your message. You can also tip, which is actually the best way to support me. You can click the link near the top of the stream description, go to the tipping page and tip through there. That will also get you a pop-up in the chat and a member message. I also have a Patreon linked in the description as well if you want to donate that way. There are a couple other different ways, but the point I'm trying to make here is that, yeah, I'm trying to make these, this is one of 2 times during the year where I hope that it goes a little bit beyond the just straight ad revenue. So thank you to anybody who can help out. Seth, thank you for the $19.99 for the work you do. Also, I wouldn't mind Will Howard in the third. I think he could be a good QB once developed. I liked Will Howard. I have to admit the combine bugged me. He did not look good at all, and he looked bad in ways that seem like they really matter. But I'm still keeping an eye on him. When will you start doing draft content? After this week. By the way, does the donation volume sound better now? $3 years, $45 million for Javon Kinlaw. I cannot say I agree with that. Oh, fucking hell. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $4.99. If you were Jay Schneider and you were faced with a situation, what would you have wanted to do differently? Love your vids. Keep it up. Go Hawks. Well, I would have wanted to actually build the offensive line 2 years ago or last year. So that way I'm actually able to have more success and probably not even be in this position right now in the first place. Do the Hawks normally conclude deals late in the day? Actually, yes, very true. Any interest in Grady Jarrett? No, we have too many 3-techs as is. And guess who wants to be let out again? Can anybody take a wild guess who wants to be let out into the backyard again? Wait, Kinlaw's a 1-year deal? That's not what I saw on X. I'm seeing the Kinlaw deal. I'm not seeing anything else. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Will the Seahawks consider Sanders if he drops? Probably not. Barrios was never on my board. Hold on, guys. I gotta let her out. It's stupid. Let's see here. Lenny Dotwiller. Thank you for the CHF 10. I don't know what CHF is. Ben Barnett, thank you for the $5. T. Higgins is tagged at like 25 or 26, and Hendricks is available too. Could we use either or both? Does Hendricks play with his hand in the dirt, or does he play standing up? I definitely don't want T. Higgins. Excuse me. I definitely don't want T. Higgins. I know that. And I think Hendrickson only plays with his hand in the dirt. So it looks like the CHF 10 is like $11.35. So thank you for that. Let me see. CHF currency. Swiss franc. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Lenny. How are you getting updates for free agency on X? X is working for me. X seems fine for the moment. Seattle Solus, thank you for the $5. I'll be so pissed if we sign Sam Darnold. How about we just sign Aaron Rodgers for 1 year and draft a quarterback to learn under him? I mean, that would definitely be better for me. I don't really want Rodgers because I don't want to root for Aaron Rodgers because that's gross. But it sure would be better than Darnold. Apparently, Seahawks checked in on Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry, Trevor Lawrence. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $4.99. What positions would you like to see be addressed in free agency rather than draft, and who? I'm going to be open-minded on that front. Maybe you'd say the offensive line. Because if you build the offensive line now, you've got a really good chance of it still being good whenever you get the quarterback. I don't think it would be a situation where you waste the offensive line with no QB. You'd have time to get a QB while the offensive line is still good because a player like a Will Fries is young. Steelers are getting close to a deal with four-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers. So I mean, okay, but does that mean we're getting Darnold? And if so, you know, that's much worse. Just I don't know. Let's just give me like freaking Trey Lance or Zach Wilson. Okay, a lot of people are saying Russ should go back to Pittsburgh. How can he? Arthur Smith is still there, and we already had that report come out about how Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson hate each other. One of them has to go. They can't both stay. Right? Like, how can Arthur Smith and Russ work together at this point? That's the thing. I mean, Zach Wilson's pretty much in the same position right now that Sam Darnold was in a few years ago. And that Geno Smith was in like 6, 7 years ago. Ooh, Patriots got Spillane? Wow. They did. And we got 1,000 people in here, by the way. What's up, everybody? We don't have particulars on that deal yet, but the Patriots got Spillane. Not bad. Obviously, we don't need a linebacker at this point. Rodgers to Pittsburgh was confirmed. Arthur Smith is not ass. That guy made Ryan Tannehill look like an MVP candidate. That guy got such good stuff out of Ryan Tannehill, it's not even a joke. I'm not seeing the Rodgers thing yet, but I'm only looking at the big accounts. Should I cut a video if the Steelers signed Rodgers just because he was on our table? Or on the table? Depending on the price, Darnold can't be that bad. Well, any price we give Darnold is going to be kind of committing, right? So, look, to me, it's a simple question. Do you think that Sam Darnold is good enough to go to war with? And I think the answer is no. So I don't want to give him any amount of money that indicates that you think you're going to go to war with him. Gabe2166, thank you for the $4.99. What's your top option for a value quarterback? Honestly, just give me Zach Wilson. Well, Tumbo, that's because Wilson's washed up and he was doing the best that he could with that quarterback. Like, what are you supposed to do with that quarterback? Sean Payton couldn't figure it out with him. And Sean Payton's great. There really isn't that much you can do with a quarterback that limited. What's Fields going to cost? That's what my question is. I think the guy who tweeted the Rodgers news deleted it. Okay. Well, Quinn, he wouldn't, but he'd be cheap and it'd be short term. That's the point. It's a lottery ticket. Lottery tickets are cheap. Jaguars signed Jordan Lewis. He's the highest paid nickel cornerback in the NFL, but we don't know exactly how much he's getting. CB Lewis. Rams re-signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Really? That's interesting. I remember they were talking about how Jimmy could become their quarterback for a year if they traded Stafford. JC104, thank you for the $1.99. Thoughts on just building around Howell? I'm amenable to that for sure. I'm not a big Howell guy, but it could work. How would you feel about offering Fields the contract Geno rejected? No, not even close. See, I don't think Fields is good. I'm just doing it because we got to do something and it's cheap. But if it's not cheap, no. Okay, I'm not seeing... Okay, there we go. Jimmy Garoppolo. 3 years, $37 million for Spillane. That's a little bit more than I would have thought, but not absurd. Spillane's a good player. Malik Willis, I mean, sure, I guess. Seattle stalled on Rodgers, will likely sign extension with Steelers. I'm down with that. But does it leave us stuck with Sam Darnold? Hold on one second, guys. Wait. Milton Williams to Niners? Can someone confirm that? Why would they cut Javon Kinlaw and then sign Milton Williams? I like Hendon Hooker. I'm not seeing anything about Milton Williams. Oh, wow. The Niners must really not be planning to pay Purdy or something. I would be fine with Joe Milton, but people need to calm down about him. People need to chill out. It's not that good. He's very talented, but he's not really a good quarterback. I'm not seeing anything about Hafunga yet. Hey, let's go. Oh, sorry, guys. 1 second. Go. All right, I'm back. What about Jake Browning? I mean, that'd be fun. But, I don't believe that it would be good, but it would be, in its own way, kind of a fun little lark. Thoughts on getting Flacco? That would work. Maybe my X has stopped working because I haven't seen a tweet on the NFL feed. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, Hufanga has not signed yet, but it's getting closer. X is down. Can you move the FA list more up? Well, I mean, I guess I could go like this because I don't have a chat up right now. Is that better? Do people like that better? How the hell do people not know who Jimmy Grapes is? Y'all don't know who Jimmy Grapes is? Well, I think we're probably not going to sign a center now. If I had to guess, I think we're going to try to move Christian Haynes to center. Where's Russ going? I don't know, man. Maybe the Jets. I don't know. The Jets have talent. I think if they get a good coach, they could be decent. I don't know why Russ would want to go to the Giants. The Giants have no chance of winning anything, no matter who the quarterback is, pretty much. Does he really want to go there and just go 4-13? No chat better? Okay. All right, guys. Everybody ready? I know. Okay. Actually, here's what. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I don't know why Russell Wilson would want to go to the Giants. Like, doesn't he want to at least have a chance to win some games? Doesn't he want a chance to have a decent season? Does he really want to go there and win 4 games? Uzi Kuzi, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. Why do you seem so sure Haynes would be better than Olu? Because I like Haynes. I think he's a better scheme fit too. By the way, guys, I know that I'm missing a lot of comments. There are over 800 people in here. I'm doing the best that I can. Okay, it looks like I have received a tip while I was away for a second there. Brennan Nakagawa, thank you for the basic membership. Okay, hold on one second, guys. Before I put Hufanga up on the board, I received a $5 tip from Gabe. What's your top option for a value quarterback? Probably, and I know people clown on me for this, give me Zach Wilson. What's the Hufanga money? Do we know? Shouldn't you change SubGIF? He's not here no more. At some point I will, but I don't know who to change it to. Okay, so I don't know what the Hufanga deal is, so I'm just going to put that up on the board. Mac resigns with Chargers? Wasn't that before 9 a.m. though? That was announced? Wait, okay, now I'm seeing Patriots. Okay, let's see here. Jordan Lewis, 3 years, $30 million. Let's put that up on the board. And apparently Spillane was 333, so he got exactly what Ernest Jones got. That's pretty good, man. That's actually pretty agreeable. Change subjip to spoon. That might work. Yeah, Hafunga's a Bronco. Okay, there we go. Let me fix that. We don't know the money yet, right? He probably got paid a pretty decent amount, though. JSN would work. The Garcias, thank you for the $5. Any thoughts on wide receivers to replace DK and Tyler, Brendan? Higgins. I really like that Higgins guy. He's big. He's got great hands. He tested well at the combine. I like Higgins. That's one of the guys who I'm circling the wagons around. I like him. I like Jack Beck. Do you think we would trade K9? There's no value. We're not going to get anything for him. And yeah, thank you to Gabe for utilizing the tip feature. Appreciate that. Been a while. Chris Hayes, welcome to Basic Membership. Thank you for the membership, Chris Hayes. Giants, Paulson Adebo. He's the cornerback, right? I knew a little bit about him. How much would Zach Wilson cost? Very little. Guys, do you guys want me to make the moves list a little bit bigger? Like this? Anthony Richardson? I just wonder what he's, worth trading for. Do you think the Hawks would bring in Cup? It's not a terrible idea, but that's a win now move, and I'm not into that right now. I don't want to try to win now. Wilson has never thrown. Okay, guys, everybody knows Zach Wilson sucks. Okay, he was a Jet. A lot of Jets quarterbacks sucked with the Jets, went somewhere else and did a lot better. Do you feel like they will just go with a mediocre safe option like Brissett? I mean, that's fine. I'd kind of rather go with somebody like Howell, though, who's got some upside. There's no upside with a guy like Brissett. Titans signed Dan Moore, 4 years, $82 million. The price of Charles Cross just went up, people. Oh my goodness. That is more than I thought he'd get by a mile. Wow, that is big, people. 482. That is close to double what I thought he would get. Derek Barnett back to Houston, 1-5. Okay. There we go. Okay, we filled up the whole screen with moves, people. I think it's pretty hard to argue against Cross being worth that money after what Dan Moore just got. Hey, me. How you doing? Why do so many teams overpay and ruin the market? At a certain point, it's not an overpay. That's just the way things go. 900 people in here, by the way, guys. So yeah, obviously because there are so many people in here, I'm missing chats. Sorry about that. But there's nothing really I can do about it, right? I hope you guys understand. I'm one man. Williams, 2 Panthers. Oh, Milton Williams. He's good. I didn't want him, but he is pretty good. Seattle Solus, welcome to Elite Membership. Thank you for the membership. Okay, I'm waiting for official word on Milton Williams, but it looks like everybody's reporting it. So fine. Does anyone know the money on Milton? Romy, thank you for the $2. Kyle McCord in the 3rd or 4th for QB competition. McCord, I feel like is more 5th, but close. But that's not a bad idea. I'm not against that. Do you like Dante Thornton? He's very interesting. The problem is that Tennessee offense is very gimmicky, so it's hard to judge receivers. Okay, we don't know the money on Milton Williams. Okay, so I'm just going to throw that up. Oh, shit. What about Justin Fields on the cheap? If it's cheap, I'm not against it. I'm feeling like we are purposely dismantling the team build. Sad days. Yeah, and that's why I'm going to be pretty judgmental about what happens next here, because we didn't have to do this. All right, this was not a team that absolutely positively just had to do this step back that we're doing right now, where we just take on $1 billion in dead cap. We didn't have to do it. We could have done it, and we did do it, and it's fine. But you better get it right, because you actually had something to lose. That's how I'm kind of looking at it. If this was a team that had been stuck winning 5 games a year for the last few years, then we would have had nothing to lose. We had something to lose, so you better do it right now. I'm good with it, but do it right. How much are you willing to pay Fields? Like anything less than 10 million? Over 1,000 people in the chat right now. Thank you, everybody, for coming out today. I was worried there would be a lack of interest compared to previous years, but this is as it usually is. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. Fields, 2 years, 18 million. That'd be okay. I'm not a Fields guy, but at least that's not a committing amount of money. Something to lose. You really think re-signing Geno and DK makes us anywhere near a Super Bowl? I mean, why not? I think people ask the wrong questions here. Jimmy Garoppolo has played in the Super Bowl and Josh Allen hasn't. Like, I think people ask the wrong questions about this stuff, man. Like, I've had some people try to tell me that Darnold would be a bridge quarterback. There is no way in the universe that a bridge quarterback should be making that kind of money. So if I'm going to give him the kind of money that I think he's going to get, it better be super. It better be much cheaper than that. No, I don't want to give Russ multi-year money, Pedro. Russ should get paid week to week for the rest of his career, honestly. But if you bring back Russ, it's a 1-year deal. And by the way, I really want to be pretty adamant on this. I seriously doubt John Schneider even wants to look at Russell Wilson right now, much less re-sign him. So I think we're just yapping. 1,300 people in the chat. What is up, everybody? By the way, we are more than a third of the way to the super chat a meter being filled up. So thank you, everybody, for that already. We're only like an hour into the day. What if we just do Dylan Gabriel with one of the thirds? I don't think Gabriel's going to go in the third. Carl, NFL contracts aren't linear. They get backloaded. Jalen Hurts is getting paid $50 million a year, and he can barely throw a ball accurately past 12 yards. And he just won the Super Bowl. So you know John and Mike are going to try to win now, right? No way they're going to try to rebuild. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Ooh, Carlton Davis. Yep. Carlton Davis. Let's see here. $360. Wow. A little bit more than I thought he was going to get, but that's about right. Hawk's Eye View. You know, dude, you're not funny. It was funny the first few times, but when you keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again, it's not funny. Only reason Gabriel isn't a first-round pick is the height. I don't know if I agree with that. I like him a little bit more than most, but I don't think he's a third-rounder. Would you mind Sam Darnold if they construct the contract where we can get out year 2? Not really. Because you're still eating into your cap space and you're eating into your ability to roll over money. Okay, so I know a lot of people are talking about this thing where I guess the Vikings had the 30th rated pass blocking offensive line. I've looked at that. As near as I can tell, it's an aggregate that evaluates all the elements of protecting the quarterback, including the quarterback himself. You need to be more granular with how you look at something like that. And in the case of Darnold, the main reason why he gets pressured as much as he does is because he holds onto the ball more than almost anyone. So yeah, the pass protection of the Vikings looks very bad. But that's mostly because of Darnold. Whereas in Seattle, the pass protection was mostly bad because of the offensive line. If you drill down a little bit into this stuff, you figure out the why. Because Geno didn't hang on to the ball, not like Darnold. What did Hufanga get? I don't know yet. What's your opinion on Dart? I like some things about him. I'm not upset this morning, Hawk's Eye View. But real estate in the chat is precious right now. And I think posting the same flavor of joke over and over and over and over and over again, thinking that you're funny, is not the best use of it. Rain, thank you for the basic membership. Also, while we're at it, let's not forget Sam Darnold got to throw the ball to maybe the best receiver in football. Do we have the best receiver in football? Do we have Kevin O'Connell? No, we don't have those things. Do you know how much Sam Darnold benefited from having Justin Jefferson? Can't you put the NFL move list in the middle instead of on top? Well, what do you? Well, no, then it's going to be overlaying the Seahawks logo, and you're not going to be able to read part of it. You don't need to read the whole thing, guys. As the day goes on, the news becomes old, and then you want to look at other stuff. But you wanted to pay DK like he was the best. No, I wanted to pay DK in a way that made sense and could work. Like right now, the Seahawks wide receiver room is one of the worst in football. Right now, it's one of the worst. It's not even average. Well, yeah, Sam, and then they immediately traded for another tackle. How do you feel about former Seahawks thinking it's impossible to retire a Seahawk under JS? Well, it is what it is. I really don't think too much of it at all. I think that most teams are like that. Tom Brady might be the greatest player in NFL history, and he didn't retire with the Patriots. Don Steeler, thank you for the $20 super chat. Let's get this thing over 100. Hit like and subscribe, people. Thank you, Don Steeler. Yes, we are now over 100 in super chat donations. Brendan, how do you feel about grabbing Darius Slayton? I can't really get too excited about that one. Can you put the Seahawks moves in yellow? I will as soon as we make a move. How about that? If I can. If OBS lets me. I think it does. Aaron Rodgers getting close to finalizing deal. We're not there yet, though. With the Steelers, by the way. Fries is a right guard. Why did Gino and DK want out? Well, that's a little bit of a knot we need to untangle here. Mike McGee, thank you for the $2. Listening to some of these fans is are exhausting. I know what you mean. I cannot help but agree. Hawks trying to get Trevor Lawrence. That would be kind of interesting. That would be fun. I'm not saying it would be good, but it would have a chance. I'm pretty sure Gino would have been fun. Okay, first of all, let me just put this out there right now. I don't really believe the Condota report. I think that's John Schneider spinning. But even if I do believe it, I think the main reason why that happened is because Schneider screwed up the offensive line. There are some things about Lawrence that aren't great, but at least there's tremendous upside. Who do you want at quarterback? There's really not much of a, like, honestly, just give me a lottery ticket like a Zach Wilson. I'm not a big fan of any of these quarterbacks. So give me somebody I don't have to commit to. Give me somebody that I don't have to marry myself to for the foreseeable future. Baller MJ, thank you for the $4.99. Seem like Hawks need the QB move to happen before anyone else will sign here. See, I think that I would be okay if the team doesn't really do that much. Just keep the cap space clean for next year. I think that would be okay. Uncle Rico or Shane Falco? Shane Falco was good. Shane Falco was actually a good quarterback. Uncle Rico never made it. Didn't Shane Falco win the Sugar Bowl? Or was it the Rose Bowl? Oh, AA. I asked you in my comment section the other day, but I don't think you answered. Are you a former viewer of Confused Matthew? And once you answer, I'll tell you why I'm asking. I thought Falco choked it. Maybe he did. I thought he won the Sugar Bowl, or was that the replacements guy? I have seen his videos. Okay. I thought I was watching his archive channel a few days ago, and I thought I saw you in the comments, but I wasn't sure if it was you or not. Okay. I thought so. I was watching, I can't even remember what video it was, but I thought I saw your profile pic in the comments. Yeah, okay. No, Willie Beeman is the best fictional quarterback for sure. Willie Beeman was the best fictional quarterback because he could run and he could throw. Crazy how we've done nothing so far. We're not even an hour and a half in. It's really not that crazy. I'm not a Shadur guy. I like Cam Ward more, and I'm not in love with Cam Ward, but I like I like Cam Ward more for sure. Jason, thank you for the $5. I like the moves we have made. We were never going to compete for Super Bowl, create the best O-line, draft a young QB, take the best defensive player available. I mean, sure, that's a good process to pursue, but you have to get it right. You have to actually build that O-line. You have to find the right young QB and then take the right defensive players. Yeah, I'm still not a big fan of the Jaron Reed signing. Like, a lot of people have told me the reason why we traded Geno and DK was because they were Pete guys and we needed to clear the Pete guys out of here. And I'm like, okay, I could kind of see that. I think there's maybe some of a leg to stand on there. But who's more of a Pete guy than Jaron Reed? Jaron Reed had been here since the Legion of Boom days. So how is it clearing the Pete guys out if you bring back Jaron Reed? That I don't know. To me, that's like a little contradictory, especially when he's creating a log jam at that position. Reed signing was a great deal. I don't know how it's a great deal. Maybe it's a reasonable deal. Maybe it's a passable deal. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to play nose tackle. Again, we have Murphy, we have Big Cat, and now we have Reed. One of those three guys is going to need to play nose tackle. And Reed has not really played any nose tackle the last 2 years when we had him. So I'm trying to figure out how this works. Because I don't want Murphy playing nose tackle. That seems like a waste. Re-signing Jaron Reed, does that mess with B. Murphy snaps? Kind of. Kind of. It probably makes him play more nose tackle. Everything I've said from people with cap knowledge said Reed was a great deal. In a vacuum, maybe. But what is his role going to be? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Seahawks OG, thank you for the $4.99. Thanks for the stream, Brendan. Just for fun, Hawks sign Darnold 4 years, $150, and trade him for Lawrence. I think that would really destroy our cap space because of all the dead money, but I mean, at least you said it. I think you're overthinking this, bro. Well, somebody has to try to overthink things. Better to overthink than underthink. Somebody's got to at least do some. You've got to at least try to zone in on the right amount of thinking. We can draft a good nose tackle in the later rounds for sure, but okay, now we have three techs. Board Skyler, thank you for the $4.99. Brendan, thank you. Why you think we haven't grabbed something on the interior offensive line? I would have paid more for Dahlman. JS might die by the sword, overdrafted and overpaid. I will say there were quite a few people who I respect. There were quite a few people who are people that I trust that how should I put this? Didn't like Dahlman very much. So that caught my attention. Like Griff. And I want to say I don't agree with Griff on everything, but Griff puts a lot of work into forming his takes. I think he works harder than maybe 500 of my YouTube commenters combined to try to form his take. So at least I know it's coming from a place of knowledge. And he did not like Dahlman. So I'm like, huh. He didn't feel like he was a fit. Which I don't know if I agree with, but when he said that, when he says stuff about football, I listen. I'm at least going to listen. Even if I often end up not agreeing with him, it does give me something to think about. Now, when he says something about politics, then I just completely tune him out because he's got nothing good to say there, but why dish your commenters like that? I'm not even really dissing them. I'm not really dissing the commenters. I'm talking up Griff because I know how hard he works on this. Even if I think he gets to the wrong conclusion a decent percentage of the time. But at least he's really putting effort into this. Seahawks are currently working out a deal to sign Sam Darnold. You know, I'm mentally prepared for it. Let's see here. Nothing going on at the moment. Although, I will admit, I'm just going to say it, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of my commenters at the moment. I had so many people tell me I was crashing out in some of the videos yesterday. I don't understand how anything I said yesterday could be interpreted as any kind of a crash out when I'm just trying to figure out what the plan is. When I'm just a little bit confused and skeptical. And it's exhausting. It's really, it is getting exhausting. Sorry. I gotta acknowledge that. I have no idea how anybody could watch those videos yesterday and think that I'm crashing out. I didn't say anything bad about Jaron Reed as a player. I think he's a pretty good player. And people were acting like I was trashing him as a player. I just don't know how he's going to fit in on this defense with the arrangement of players that we currently have. Will Fry should be our must-have. I do like him. Do we have to re-sign Dixon? He's under contract for another year. I think the last time I crashed out on YouTube was when we lost to the Redskins in 2017. I don't know how many of you remember that game. That game made me crash out. That was the last time I think I genuinely crashed out on this channel. I don't think the Fire Pete Carroll bag on head video was a crash out. I think that was just me trying to illustrate a point. Per Corbin Smith, the Hawks have not reached out to the Jags for Lawrence. Okay. Tremon Smith, 2-year deal worth up to $7.5 million. Okay. I don't know much about Tremon Smith. What is that, Houston? Now, Burrow, that would make me crash in. If we trade for Joe Burrow, I would crash in. Kentucky Fried Memes, but I don't consider those to be crash outs. I think those were measured. I think even like the 2020 loss to the Giants, I was measured. The last time I can actually remember losing my shit would be 2017 against Washington. Actually, AA, I've looked at Lawrence's deal. The dead cap's not that bad. All right, guys. So we're an hour and a half in. Right now, things are cool. I need to go do that thing that you need to do after you drink coffee. If you know, you know. So I'll be back in a few minutes here. Oh, real quick. Before I go, Romy, thank you for the $10. As of right now, I trust the front office. We are the second youngest team as of right now with only 3 players older than 30, as well as the third most cap for next year is right as of right now to sign our youngins. Right. Well, you know, cap space is just cap space. Eventually, you have to turn it into the right players. So hopefully we do. Be right back, people. I take a sec. Give me. Girl, come here.
This time he goes down. It is Lasse who gets there.
Okay, I'm back. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $9.99. If the Seahawks were trading for a QB, how much would you personally be willing to give up? And for who? Probably won't happen, but with the Lawrence talk, I'm curious. The issue with that is that we have so much dead money this year, it's going to really damage. It's going to really make it hard to make it work with a quarterback in that first year when the cap hit is lower. So, I mean, I still think you have to do it for the right guy. Like, I'd give up 3 first-round picks for Joe Burrow, but it's just sucks that we have all this dead money in 2025, and we wouldn't be able to fully deck out the team. Daniel Kelly, thank you for the $5. Signing Sam Darnold is giving me Matt Flynn 2.0 vibes. I mean, I think it's a little bit better than that. I think it's a little bit better than that, but I'm still not a fan. And also, what did we give Flynn? $7 million a year? Morgan Moses. Yeah, okay, I saw that. Good call. Way more money than I thought he was going to get, though. Is it 328? Joe Burrow is even a trade candidate? Well, probably not, but they've missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. Apparently, I mean, we missed the playoffs 2 years in a row, right? And then everybody was like, oh my God, this guy's terrible. Everybody, he's the worst quarterback ever because we missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. And so I guess that Joe Burrow could be on the market just because of that. I seriously doubt it. I would hope the Bengals aren't that dumb. Actually, you know what? I'm not a Bengals fan, so maybe they can be that dumb. DJ Reed. Good for DJ Reed, man. 3 years, 48. Shout out. Shout out to the homie. DJ Reed's awesome. You think we re-sign Hankins? He's got nothing left. He's got nothing in the tank. He's old. Who's Griff? His Twitter handle is CMikeSpinMove. Only made the playoffs once in his life. I mean, Burrow only made the playoffs twice. By the way, Sam Darnold, who we might sign here, has made the playoffs once in his life. Like, the simplicity of the way people look at things really does frustrate me. There's so many moving parts to football, and people try to boil it down to like just one blanket statement. Isaiah Rodgers, 2 years, $15 million with the Vikings. Can you move face cam so we can see names? The names that are covered by the face cam have been on screen for over an hour. It's old news now. We're going to start cycling through stuff here, and only the more recent stuff is going to be visible. I'm not going to be able to put every single thing that happens on screen. The stuff that's more than an hour old is going to get pushed off, and it is what it is. Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers. Let me get that on the board. Do you think from... And you try to make it about you. All right. Some of us just started watching. I mean, I understand that, but what am I going to do? Have the entire screen be nothing but text that no one wants to read? Like, that would be... that would just make the whole thing look miserable. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $4.99. As of right now, is there anyone else still on the roster you'd like to see be released or traded if the Hawks were to not go for it this year? I don't know what Noah Fant is doing here if we're not going for it. I have no idea what sense that makes. He's a free agent next year. Yeah, DJ Reed's awesome. Good for him. Yeah, that's another thing too, guys. You can rewind the stream and see what the list used to be. You can click back like an hour and see what it was then. Yeah, I don't think Von Miller has much left, guys. Do a ticker? I can't... I'm on my laptop. If I was on my PC, maybe, but I don't want to do it for my laptop. I don't need moving parts here, making life harder for my PC to run this. My laptop is not that good because I don't use it very much. Keep Fant. He's a decent tight end. He does things well. Carolyn Grubb didn't know how to use him. There was zero reason to draft a tight end in this draft. I mean, it's a good tight end draft. But if Fant's not going to be here past this year and you're not going to go for it, then what's the point? It's not like he's a locker room leader, right? Yeah, I changed it. DJ Reed went to the Lions. I updated it. Yeah, if you back up the stream like an hour, you can see who used to be on the ticker, but I can't really set up a ticker that moves in the way that you're talking about. I don't think it would look good. And again, it's just one of those things where I don't want to make life harder for this laptop than it already is. I'm already streaming at a bit rate that's like a third of what I want to be streaming at. I don't know why everyone's so upset about us potentially not doing anything. I would be cool with not doing anything, to be perfectly honest. The idea of taking Nick Manwari at 18 is growing on me if he's available. Thoughts? I'm mixed on that one. He's good, but he's a little bit of a workout warrior. He wasn't that great when he was at college. He was good. We're not talking about like a Shamar Stewart situation. How would you react if we signed Will Fries and tried to play him at left guard? I mean, that might work. O-line, I mean, okay, I don't know how to pronounce salt because XSLT is not really something you can pronounce, so I'm just going to call you Salt. XS, okay, SXLT. I'm just going to call you Salt. You could build the O-line the slow way. You could build the O-line through the draft. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Loveland worth the 18th pick? It's close. I'd be okay with it. I haven't seen anything from Rappaport about Darnold being a done deal. The only person I've seen say that is Florio. We need to draft Emeka. I don't get the Emeka Egbuka stuff. He's a slot corner. He's a slot receiver. We already have a slot receiver. Dude, I would love to get Warren at 18. Getting Warren at 18 would be amazing. But he's no way he's going to be there. There's no way Warren's making it out of the top 15 at this point. What's the worst thing they could do at 18 that might actually happen? Probably Jackson Dart. Hafunga signed with Denver. We just don't know the money. Do you trust Florio? Not particularly. Not more or less than anybody else. People get stuff wrong all the time. Booker would be pretty. I'm not a big fan of Booker anymore, admittedly, but I think Dart would be worse. Russell Wilson to the Colts. That makes more sense to me than the Giants. Well, yeah, Salt. I don't want Dart. I would much rather not have Dart than have Dart at 18. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to say anything when it happened, but we did go over $150 in super chats on the stream already, and we're only an hour and 45 minutes in, so thank you everybody for that. You guys are awesome. Egbuka and JSN were on the same team for 1 year, I think. But I that's not an incentive for me. Like they both do similar things to me. J-Maz, thank you for the $4.99. Justin Fields has relations with Kubiak, the offensive line coach, and Smith and Jigba during college. What do you think about getting Fields? For the right price, sure. I'm not a Fields fan, but he has talent. It's just, it doesn't seem to me that he's willing to work hard. It doesn't seem to me that Fields is a hard worker. So I can't sign off on it, but maybe he just needs to learn. Maybe he just needed to get smacked in the mouth in a couple of places, and then he can pull a Geno, or maybe we're in the process of saying pull a Darnold. I don't know. What do you think about the DK trade? I mean, you're not going to get me to like it, but I get it. Any quarterback's worth the pick at 18? I think Cam Ward is, but he's not going to be there. Who do you want at QB, like the best realistic option? Zach Wilson. The middle-aged women in Seattle have gotten far too comfortable lately. We need to get them excited. We need to get the middle-aged women of Seattle, like, enthusiastic about something again. Oh, God. Milrow. No, Milrow. I can't stand Milrow. I think Milrow is barely worth being drafted. He's not a quarterback. I thought he looked awful at the combine, too. Is Josh Myers a fit? I'm not a huge Josh Myers guy. That'd be okay. Is Brendan Pro tank for Manning? No, tanking's stupid. I'm not a tanker. I'm not. I don't call it tanking. I call it understanding that this is not the time to chase something. All right, we're not talking about tanking here. We're just talking about keep your powder dry. Now, Fields is very talented, but I feel like we would have seen more from him by now if he was actually ever going to be good. Brendan, if we could go back in time, would you be happy if we drafted Penix? Penix behind this offensive line would be dead by now, man. Penix behind this offensive line would be a corpse. And I'm not a big fan of the way Penix doesn't use the middle of the field. Let's say the T-Law rumors are true. What do you think it would take for the trade, and what would you be comfortable trading? That would probably be like 2 firsts. I'd be interested. I believe in Trevor Lawrence, but he's already gotten paid. It's not like you're getting him cheap. I'm not seeing anything about the Darnold stuff from the big accounts. Can your head move to the top left of the screen? I mean, I guess. I don't know why. What's the difference? mjseahawk, thank you for the $5. Tanking creates bad habits. Never a good idea. FA won't sign with you, or you have to overpay. Guys get used to getting paid and losing. Yeah, that too. That's another reason. That's another part of this. Like, I'm serious when I say this. There are way too many football fans in the world right now that think that the National Football League is Madden, where you can just cut all your players, sim a season, go 0-17, and it doesn't really matter. They don't think about the human cost. The center of the screen. How about that? Ian basically said it's done. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Like, okay, if the team tanks, you have to watch the team for a year. You have to watch your team suck for a year. It's not something where you just push a button and you sim to the end of the year. Okay? It's something you have to actually watch play out for a year. This miserable experience of watching your team just suck. And then who knows what happens then? So, no, tanking. Yeah, we have like 67 million dead, I think. Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about this dumb tanking conversation because apparently we're about to sign Sam Darnold and I need to rev up my engines. I'm not having fun with the idea of signing Aaron Rodgers, but it would be way better than Darnold in my book. One second. Is that good? I hate the way it looks aesthetically, but I guess that's okay. I mean, I'm just trying to, you know, get through the day on my laptop. Y2K, thank you for the member message. 31 months. One day Fallout 2 will happen. It will. It will. There's so much I got to get through. Dude, the Suikoden collection just came out, and I don't even have time to start it. Like the Suikoden collection, that's probably like, what, 300 hours? And I don't even have the bandwidth to start that. Yeah, Green Earth, I'm aware of it. I'm fine with Darnold if it's 25 to 32 million. Well, I got bad news for you, buddy. Are you not at home? No, I'm at home. But I have to watch my dogs. Maybe if Darnold pays us, that'd be cool. You think it's going to be 4 years? Man, I don't know, man. I got, oh my God, man. Y2K, thank you for the $2. Who the F is Grapes? You don't know who Jimmy Grapes is? I can't believe people don't know. I mean, maybe this was just his nickname 10 years ago. Jimmy Garoppolo is Jimmy Grapes. I've never played a Monster Hunter game, Howard. I've watched people play them. They look good, but I don't have time for that. I barely have time to play the stuff that I already play. Show dogs on stream. They're outside right now. Maybe later. Maybe I'll show the dogs after we hit the super chat goal or something. I don't know. We're almost certainly going to get there at this point. We're 2 hours in, not even, and we've already gotten most of the way there. I think Geno is significantly better than Darnold. And I know there's some debate there, but I don't even think it's particularly close. Wait, Garoppolo got 11 million? The newest Monster Hunter is not that much grinding. It's still a commitment though. Like, and you know, you don't want to burn yourself out on RPGs. Like I'm currently doing a long playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions on my Vita. Actually, I have my Vita right here, right? And you know, that's a pretty significant time commitment. Rodgers can't move anymore. That's the thing. Rodgers can't move anymore. He's old. But I would much rather do that. Seth, thank you for the $1.99. Kenneth Grant at 18 and Will Howard at 52. I don't hate it. The only problem is we just signed Reed, so getting Grant's a little bit tougher. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5. Why did Schneider assume moves like he was getting 2 friendly deals from Gino? Now panicking doesn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe Gino would be willing to give you a deal if you had built a good offensive line for him. But we didn't do that. So no matter what, as far as I'm concerned, this is on John Schneider. As far as I'm concerned, this is still his fault, even if Gino won it out no matter what, because, like, how about you build a team around him? Are you an Elden Lord? I played through Elden Ring, I think, a year and a half ago. I have not done Erdtree yet, though. TOnyBagaDOnuts, thank you for the $10. I've been a little tough on you in the comments on the last couple of videos, so a super chat is in order. Appreciate the work you put in. Well, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. But I have to admit, you know, I cannot help but get annoyed when all I'm trying to do is put, you know, as much thought as I can into these takes and try to boil down to an honest and genuine take. And all I get is people telling me that I need to just trust everything that John Schneider has done, even though we have 3 playoff wins in the last 10 years. Like, I'm not feeling that. Oh man, the chat is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour right now, people. Okay, Jason, I'm really not into the whole touchdown interception ratio as being some determiner of whether or not I think a quarterback is good. If I was, I would think that Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in football history, and I don't. Best remaining free agent interior offensive lineman, Tevin Jenkins and Will Fries. I don't trust JS, but I do trust MM. I don't think MM has much of anything to do with what's going on right now. I think he just has to let Schneider work and then see what's left when the smoke clears. I'm really hoping the Darnold stuff breaks down, man. Really hoping the Darnold stuff blows up last second. I don't think JS wanted Gino to begin with. Well, I'm not in support of his position on that, based on my own understanding of what I'm seeing when I'm watching a football game. Jared Goffrey, thank you for the $4.99. Rodgers would destroy the culture McDonald is trying to build. Surprised you prefer him over Darnold. Your plan is use Darnold as a bridge. Okay. Darnold, he's too expensive for a bridge. Like, based on what I'm hearing right now, the contract is going to be over $100 million. You don't pay $100 million to a bridge quarterback. Jason, it really isn't. Okay. On what percentage? Okay, let's do a thought experiment here. Geno Smith dropped back to pass like 600 times last year, right? I don't know the exact number, but let's say it's 600. He had 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. So that's 36 throws. So he dropped back to pass 600 times, and we're going to pass an evaluation on him based on 36 of those throws, when I can instead look at all the throws that he made and all the plays that he had and make a determination on what I think about him based on that? Why are we narrowing things down to 5 to 6% of his throws when I can instead take a look at everything that he's doing? So that's not something that's ever going to fly for me. Aqua, when you type in all caps, it makes me think that you're a 68-year-old man with a CRT monitor with an AARP sticker on the side of the monitor. Just thought you should know. Something to think about. Maybe you're okay with that, but you should be aware of that. Reed got 16 per, crazy. I'm not actually that surprised by that. He's been really good. He's a good player, man. Hey, Scotty Mac, how you doing? Typing in all caps is yelling. Okay, I understand that. But it also makes me think that you're 68 years old with an AARP sticker on the side of your CRT monitor. mjseahawk, thank you for the $5. I would like to see a Howell Fields Zach Wilson competition for QB1. Okay. I mean, at least it'd be fun. Fun in a certain definition. I'm not dissing them. I'm not dissing them. I'm just assuming that if you're not 68 years old, you probably don't want to be viewed as one on the internet. Like, wouldn't you rather be viewed as like what you actually are? Would you be okay with a similar deal for Woolen? I'm pretty down on Woolen right now. You think we should throw this season away and build for 26 or 27? It's not really throwing the season away. It's just not chasing the night. Wait a minute. Panthers, Trevor. Is it Trevor Morig or Trevon Morig? For some reason, I thought it was Trevor. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I don't need to put their first name on the chart. Aha. In a perfect world, who would you like to have as the Seahawks GM? I don't know. I don't have names like that, man. 351. That's kind of in line with what I thought he would get, I think. Yeah, Darnold had one good year, and now he's the better QB. And he had one good year in the context of playing with maybe the best receiver in football, playing with Kevin O'Connell, playing with a mostly good offensive line, playing with a deadly play action game. And so many people try to draw some equivalency between 2 years ago when Geno had one good year. Geno had one good year with Shane Waldron. That's the difference. Geno had one good year with Shane Waldron. There's a big difference. Shane Waldron, I don't even know if he's going to work in the NFL after this year. Kevin O'Connell just won Coach of the Year. Is one of the best coaches in the league. Rams looking to re-sign their center. Didn't he play for the Bears last year? Vikings had an elite defense. And by the way, I don't even hate Shane Waldron, but I know you guys all do. And look at what he's done since he left Seattle. 1 second, guys. I think I got to get them in before they cause trouble. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Get your butt in here. You're currently hating on Shane Waldron, but you say you like him? It's complicated. Oh, Milton Williams Patriots? Oh, snap. Do we know the money? $26 million a year for how many years? I'll guess 3 years. Dallas re-signed their long snapper. Would you want Jared Mayo as a DC, or is that Mike's job? No, we don't need Jared Mayo as a DC. Almost up to $200 in super chat donations, by the way. And we're only like 2 hours, 10 minutes in. So thank you, everybody. Would you be mad if we re-signed Russ for maybe a year or two, draft a QB, let him sit, watch Russ, and hope Russ retires in Seattle? I mean, there's nothing to be mad about because I assume Russ would be very cheap. But if he's at all expensive in any way, then that's awful. See, when I think bridge quarterback, I think like less than 10 million. I don't think of 40 million as a bridge quarterback. I don't think of 30 million as a bridge quarterback. I think of like Jameis Winston, Andy Dalton, Jacoby Brissett for 10 million or less. Gino had 3 good seasons, not 1 good season, Isaac. Zach or Fields? Zach would be cheaper, so I guess that one. John Schneider's definitely not sleeping because apparently we're cranking it trying to sign Sam Darnold. I wish he was asleep. I wish he was cheap. Late rounder from Malik Willis. I mean, sure. I'd rather keep the late rounder and just sign somebody like Zach Wilson, but whatever. You know, those cheap things, you can kind of do whatever you want. Shane Waldron is in Jacksonville? Okay. So he's still in the NFL. You're describing a backup quarterback? Yeah, maybe, but I don't place value on a bridge quarterback unless he's like a veteran teaching the rookie or something. And even then, I got to ask myself, how much money is that really worth? Because remember, cap space rolls over. Ethan R., thank you for the 499. What do you think about the Geno and DK trades, and who do you want to replace Geno? I don't like the trades very much at all. I think that the overarching approach could be pretty good, but it's going to take years before we figure it out. Who do you want to replace Geno? Somebody cheap and short term. I don't really like the options we have right now in terms of getting like a franchise guy. Hey, Derek, what if I told you that Geno Smith actually had about an average TWP last year after having a very high TWP his first year and I think, slightly above average TWP his second year? Is that interesting to you? Rams close to signing Shelton. He was decent. I didn't really want him that much, though. He's a little bit older now, and we're not ready to take on a center like that. Short term to win. Whenever we get the next quarterback, hopefully next year's draft. Next year's draft quarterback class should be fun. The Nico guy in Tennessee is a lot of fun. Someone said Jalen Milroe is the new Michael Vick. Well, Michael Vick was not very good, so I guess I agree with that statement in that. Nobody believes that's that, though. No, people that don't like having their narrative questioned don't like that, don't believe that stat. Jameis Winston is the only quarterback in football that will give you a touchdown on a play where you called a kneel down. That is very valuable. How do you feel about the quarterback from LSU? He's a little careless with the ball, isn't he? Yeah, Dallas signed their long snapper. I'm not even putting that on the board. I refuse. Did he just say Mike Vick wasn't good? I mean, he wasn't. He was fun, but he wasn't a very good quarterback. Yeah, Nussmeier. I like him, but he is a little careless with the football, I guess. Isaac, you might be interested to know that one time Drew Brees went 8-8 in 3 straight seasons. Is Drew Brees not a good quarterback because he didn't have a winning season for 3 straight years? Poona Ford to the Ram, 10 million. Wow, I didn't think you would get that. Good for him, though. I'm not seeing it. Okay, there we go. Wow, Poona Ford, baby. Good for you. He is well respected. Poona's cool. Sea Squawker, I'm going to just let the moves fall off the board, obviously. Like, that first move that just fell off the screen happened more than 2 hours ago. Like, we got to stay on top of stuff. We got to, like, I can't cover the whole screen with NFL moves. Like, there's going to be way too much that happens today. We still have another 5.5, more than 5.5 hours. For now, we are, Austin. For now, we are. I don't know if we always will, but we have for now. Okay, Jason, my point is that you can have a stretch of time where your team doesn't win games and still be a good quarterback. Did Drew Brees find a fairy that waved his wand? Did the fairy wave his wand and turn Drew Brees into a not good quarterback for 3 years? And then the fairy came back after that 3 years and turned Drew Brees into a good quarterback again? No. He just didn't win games for 3 years. And then he won games before then and he won games after then. You know, there are only 5 quarterbacks in the NFL that have won more games than Geno Smith over the last 3 years. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Hurts, Goff. 4-year deal for Milton Williams. I thought he'd get paid. That's a little more than I would have thought, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I like it. Okay. Vic wasn't very good. No, not really. He, like, his passer rating before he went to Andy Reid, and Andy Reid kind of got his career back on track, was comparable with, like, Brooks Bollinger. How would you feel if they brought back Lockett? No, we need a... No, what's Lockett going to do here? What's Lockett going to do here other than just be a mascot? Darnold is 27 years old. Well, I'm 35 years old. Okay. Do we have any more? Okay. What's your point? I don't know. 27 is not that young, by the way. It's not like he's cheap because he's young, right? It'd be one thing if he was young and cheap. Yeah, I just don't see the point. Like, do we want to keep Lockett here until he's literally incapable of doing anything? Like, I don't understand the point of that. Do you really need to see your heroes like do you really need to see your heroes reduced to the point where they're completely incapable of doing anything useful? Like that's torture porn, man. That's like the whole concept of torture porn. Darnold? 3 years, 100. Okay, I guess. Um, nearly 100 million. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, Adam Schefter says it's 110 million. So which is it? That's kind of a big deal. Is it 110 or is it less than 100? Guaranteed 55, so more than half of it or just about half of it. Okay, we need to figure out which of those numbers is right. I don't like it either way. Okay. Let's get it on the board. I'm going to go with the Schefter number for now because Schefter is usually right about these things, and then I'll change it if we find out different later. Awesome. Just what I needed. So, okay. three $37 million per year for Darnold. Oh my God. Uh-uh. Three years for 110 and a half. There's a reason why he's cheaper than Geno, people. Okay. I guess I got to make a video for this, guys. All right, guys. Look, I'm not at my normal setup, and if I scream, I'm probably going to blow out my microphone, so I'm not going to do that. And to be perfectly honest, I was kind of mentally prepared for this. It's been pretty clear this was happening for a few days now to me, so I'm not going to yell and scream because I made my peace with it. Like, remember a couple weeks ago when I was telling people to, if you don't like Geno, you should make your peace with the fact that we might re-sign him because everything was pointing towards that happening, and you need to, mentally prepare yourself for things you don't like to happen when you have time to prepare. I had mentally prepared myself for this, but that doesn't mean that I like it. Nothing could be further from the truth. I take back everything good that I said about how I felt about where this team was going, and I'm now kind of at DEFCON. I'm at DEFCON 1 pretty much. If I'm not at DEFCON 1, it's probably because of the Ernest Jones contract, which was great. But yeah, Sam Darnold is now the Seattle Seahawks quarterback for the foreseeable future. 3 years, according to Adam Schefter, 110.5 million. So the silver lining is that I thought it was going to be 40 million per year, and instead it's like 37 million per year. And I guess that's a little bit better, but I mean, we could have signed him to 100 million a year and it still could have been more. That's not a silver lining. That's just guys, there have been things the Seahawks have done in my life that I did not really like, and there have been things they have done that I didn't like at the time that they did it, but I I I struggle to think of a time where I have been less on board with something. Sam Darnold is a quarterback that has had one good year in the NFL last year after having multiple opportunities to be good in the NFL before then. He had a chance to be good with the Jets. He had a chance to be good with the Panthers. He had a chance to win the starting job with the Niners. And he didn't catch on in any of those places. And then you link him up with Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in football, and Kevin O'Connell, one of the best coaches in football, and that deadly play action game. And he looks like he's good. Like, so what? Now, my understanding is that about half the deal is guaranteed. So hopefully there's an easy way out. But that's not really making me like this. And I'm sorry, guys. Usually when the Seahawks make a move like this, I have one video that's kind of short where I don't editorialize that much, especially during free agency because so much stuff is happening. This is so big and something that I was so against that I feel like I need to editorialize a little bit in this video. So I don't know. I've said everything that I can say about Sam Darnold, but to me, his resurgence had way more to do with Justin Jefferson and Kevin O'Connell than it did with Sam Darnold. And to me, if there was going to be a Sam Darnold signing, it should have been in line with like The Baker Mayfield contract a year ago. What was that? Like 3 years, 75 million? Or the first Geno Smith contract. That was 7 years. I'm sorry, 3 years, 75 million with escalators. Something like that. Now we need to see exactly how this contract breaks out, but there is very little that can happen now that can get me on board with this. I don't like this at all. We're sticking Sam Darnold behind one of the worst offensive lines in football right now. We have one of the worst receiver cores in football, and we have good running backs, hopefully, right? Like I know some people kind of go back and forth on whether or not we have good running backs. I think we do have good running backs, and we have pretty okay tight ends, but it's not going to be anything close to what Darnold had in Minnesota. It's not going to be even close to what Darnold had with that Vikings offense. So, look, this money, if you believe Albert Breer, and by the way, sorry if it looks like my microphone's blowing out right now. I don't know why. But if you believe Albert Breer, we ended up spending like $4 to $5 million less, at most like $7 million less on Darnold than we could have spent on Geno, which doesn't sit well with me. That doesn't square with me. But if you believe Bob Condotta, then Geno was never on the table, which, okay, let's say that's true for a second here. Then you can pivot to a stay back year. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm really struggling with this. This is just the last thing that I wanted to do right now. My understanding is that Sam Darnold is one of those quarterbacks that NFL GMs and decision makers doesn't know how to quit. NFL GMs love him and think he's great, and they think that his early career struggles have been not his fault, and they think that last year was the real Sam Darnold. And I understand that a lot of people feel that way. Okay, fine, maybe. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. But I cannot help but feel the exact opposite. He's a player that I don't understand why he went so high in the draft in the first place. He's a player that I don't really understand why people are not picking up on the fact that this guy had opportunities prior to the Vikings to look good, and he didn't really do much of anything. He was bad with the Jets. He wasn't good enough to catch on in Carolina, and he lost the starting job in San Fran to Brock Purdy. So, yeah, I'm pretty much I've had all the energy sucked out of me. What I can say now is that I guess we need to go for it. Like, if we try to stick Sam Darnold in this offense as is, that's even worse. So I guess we need to go out and spend on a receiver and some offensive linemen and try to build as good a system as we can around Darnold. But I'm not super optimistic about it. I'm not excited about it either, because I just don't feel like he's a quarterback that you can go to war with. So hopefully, one thing that I will say before I wrap up this video, some people are saying that the deal is actually 3 years, 100. I hope it's that. That would be a little bit cheaper. That would be like what, 33? Yeah, that would be like 33 million a year. That's better. It's still not something that I'm on board with, because I just don't think he's a quarterback you can go to war with. And at this level, when you're paying a quarterback more than 20, 25 million a year, I want it to be somebody I'm willing to go to war with. And I just don't think Darnold's that guy. All right. So hopefully it's that, and hopefully things work out. But I'm deflated right now. There's no other way for me to feel right now. He's my quarterback now. I got to get behind it. I got to figure out some way, but I have minimal optimism. I have nothing to say about this except I feel like Schneider's getting fired in the next year. I feel like John Schneider just made a move that is going to make him look very bad in the next year or so. And I think it ends with him losing his job. That's my prediction right now. See you guys later. Go Hawks. All right, let me get that video uploaded. It's going to take forever to upload. I think I missed a super chat or two. Let me go back. Hold on, guys. Seattle Solus, thank you for the $2. This is worse than Percy Harvin and Jamal Adams. I actually agree with that. I think this is bad without the benefit of hindsight. Percy Harvin and Jamal Adams didn't become truly bad until the benefit of hindsight. I actually agree with that completely. All right. This video is going to take forever to upload because I'm streaming at the same time, but whatever. See you later, Darren. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Why do you hate Darnold so much? Why is this so hard for people to understand? He's a quarterback that's been in the league for 7 years, and he's had one good year. Why is it so hard to understand that somebody wouldn't like him? I don't... I don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend. Like, it's not like I'm saying Josh Allen. I don't like Josh Allen. If I was saying I don't like Josh Allen, then I would understand people being like, why do you not like Josh Allen? But it's Sam Darnold. Like, I understand if you don't agree with me. I understand if you don't agree with my position. I understand if you think he's good. But I don't understand why it's so confusing to you. I'm trying to upload this video. Is what I'm trying to do here. Gino's had 3 good seasons, not 1. Let's get this straight right now. Steven, thank you for the $1.99. I'm hoping this is Matt Flynn 2.0. Well, that would mean that he doesn't do anything for us, which I don't know how that's good. But Whatever. Seahawks OG, thank you for the $4.99. Positive spin could be Darnold in 25, draft a QB in 26, Darnold plays 26, then we cut him and roll with a new guy at 27. Hope Darnold 25 money is low. Well, regardless, at minimum it damages the ability to roll over cap space. Like minimum. That's like undoubtedly, undeniably an impact of this. That's my issue here. Sorry, guys. I know this is taking a little longer than I wanted it to, but I need to get this video to do right now. At least it actually loaded up quickly. Fields to Jets. Wow. Gino throwing 15 inners. I love it when people make up ridiculous numbers to try to make their points seem to have merit. Jeez. Captain Oreo, thank you for the $5 super chat. He was only good because the Vikings had something the Seahawks didn't. An O-line, terrible sign. Field would be much better. Yeah, I hate it. Schefter confirms 100.5. Okay, I mean, slightly better. Okay, I got catching up to do on the board here, so give me a few minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, some people seem to be under the impression Darnold had a bad O-line last year. No, he didn't. He had bad pass protection because he holds onto the ball for a billion years. Seattle Solus, thank you for the $5. I wish we'd have prioritized OL versus QB. Yeah, and are we really going to do this and then not prioritize the offensive line with Sam friggin' Darnold? Okay, okay, hold on. Let's get it. QB, J Fields, NYJ, 240. Okay, so it's 100.5. That's still, I mean, it's better, but I'm still not good with it. I just don't believe Darnold's good enough. That's the bottom line. I'm not going to sit here and try to put it on a scale of like, okay, he's 40% of good enough so we can pay him 40% of no. Either I like you or I don't like you. Samaji Pirine 322. Okay. What else did I miss? Eric Murray. I'm bummed at you. Dude, do you think... Okay, Adebo's deal finally got deets. Wow, that's a big deal. That's more than I thought he was going to get. Steven, thank you for the $1.99. I think Shadur will fall to us, and I want him. I hate that almost as much as I hate this. Upo, thank you for the $5. Schneider got Matt Flynn again, as in he looked good that one time when he did that thing with those guys. It's not as bad as Flynn, but I think the ultimate effect will be somewhat similar. I agree with that. Okay, guys, I have two words for you guys. I have 2 words for you guys. Blake Bortles. Blake Bortles threw 35 touchdowns one time. Is he good? No, I'm not going to use he threw X number of touchdowns to determine whether or not he's good. Spare Rib, thank you for $4.99. What are Darnold's strengths as a quarterback? He's white. Okay, no. I'm kidding. What are Darnold's strengths as a quarterback? He's got prototypical size. Right? He's almost like the size of a linebacker. We're not comparing Bortles to Darnold. It's actually a pretty good comparison. It's actually a pretty decent comparison. Bortles had 1 good year. Darnold has so far had 1 good year. He torched us in Seattle. So did Daniel Jones. Do you want to sign Daniel Jones? 100.5. Bortles had 35 touchdowns in, I want to say, 2016. $100.5. Is that confirmed? Is it one of those things where it's like incentives could push it up to 110.5 or something? Because if so, I've been doing like maximum amounts. Bro, you really rather Geno 45 over Darnold 33? Yeah, because I think Geno is good. And I think Darnold is not good. What is that cap space going to get me? Okay, 100.5 is confirmed. That's better. It is better. Okay, did Cam Bynum sign? I think I saw that somewhere. Yes, okay. That's actually a pretty decent deal. Dude, do you actually... Okay, there we go. He went to the Colts. Man, you know, there was a part of me that was going to do like an EDP crash out. Like, I don't know if you guys remember the video that EDP made after the Eagles traded a bunch of draft picks for the pick to get Carson Wentz. I should have just emulated that, but I'm not even at my... If I was at my setup, maybe. Yeah. Man, yeah, this is this is pretty gross. Oh my god, Ethereum is crashing. Whoa. Whoa, I didn't think it was going to get that low. Bears. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me get that up on the board. The Bears made a little move here. I think it's 464, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to put that on the damn board. PowerHitter, thank you for the member message. What if he has a good season? I don't know what this. Okay, what if okay, what if Derek Young turns into Terrell Owens next year? Okay, yeah, of course it can happen. Of course it can happen. Should I should I just sit here and every time the Seahawks make a move just say, well, it could work, so there. Like, yeah, no duh, it could work. I don't think that it will work. Okay, so early word. I already, yeah, the positive is that it might work, but anything might work. Literally anything might work. I guess I look at it like this. Gino comes to you and says, I want 45 a year or trade me. What would you prefer to do? Pay him? Yes. I don't know why this is so hard to believe. Now, maybe if, DK wanted out, that's a little different, but I wouldn't go this way. There are other ways. There were other paths. It wasn't Gino or Darnold. It's Gino or Darnold or this guy. There are like a million different paths. Anyway, so early word is the contract is kind of a 2-year, $55 million deal. So that's 27.5 better. The cap hit for that first year is going to be about 13 and a half. This isn't official, by the way. I think this is all speculation. But anyway, that's not terrible, but I just don't think Darnold's very good. So I don't know why I'm supposed to be in on it, man. Man. At least we didn't do the 40 mil per year, which I actually thought he had a decent chance of getting. So I guess it could be worse. But you ain't gonna tell me this is good. Royal 6, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Jaron Davis, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. He's not that young, though. 27 is not that young. He's going to be 28 before the season starts. He's in his prime. It's not like, okay, like, and the youth matters a lot less when you're getting paid big money. Well, Nicholas, there are other things you could have done. You could have kind of had a chill year where you just have some a true bridge quarterback or a young quarterback with some potential that's disappointed so far. There are other routes here. Slay with the Steelers. Okay, I didn't see that. Ugh. I don't know why this is so hard for some people to understand. I wanted the team to sign a quarterback that I liked if they were going to spend significant money. I wanted a quarterback that I liked. I don't know why that's so hard for people to comprehend. I wanted a quarterback that I thought would be good. We got a quarterback that I didn't think was good. It's not like did we get Josh Allen? Did we get Pat Mahomes? Did we get Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow? And I'm sitting here saying they're not good. No, that would be really weird. That I would understand why people would be like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm calling a player that has had one good season out of 7, not the quarterback that I want. And people don't get it. I don't understand this. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to comprehend that. Darnold is the perfect bridge quarterback. Well, then I wish we paid him bridge quarterback money. We didn't. We paid him like a quarterback we want to start. No power hitter. People in this chat definitely don't understand. Let me take a look here. Let's see. What else do we got? Well, I don't think Geno Smith is a bridge quarterback. Again, I just don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend. You might disagree, but I just can't believe we live in a world where there's like some kind of it's supposed to be like heresy to say bad things about Sam Darnold. Again, we're not talking about Tom Brady here. Groot, thank you for the stub. Welcome to the channel. Okay, so let me edit the title of my video, I guess, if it is 105. It seems like everybody's saying it's 105 now. It's better. You know, it doesn't even really have anything to do with Geno. It doesn't really have much to do with Geno at all. But because Geno's gone and you could have traded Geno and not signed Darnold. So it's not even about that. It's just, oh, wait a minute. Ode Ningbo. Okay, 3 years, 48 for Ode Ningbo. There we go. With the Bears. Bears are going for it, man. I like what that team's doing. It's low risk, high reward potential. I don't consider this to be that low risk, man. There is the element of rollover cap. Seahawks OG, thank you for the $1.99. DK reunion with Russ and Pitt could be funny. I don't know how he goes back with Arthur Smith still there. And like, by the way, making this move means you're now going for it. So if we win like 9 or 10 games now, then it's even worse. Like, think about what we have to do to make this move a success. We have to make like the NFC title game minimum. If we hit the O-line hard in the draft, will you like the move more? Not really. Buccaneers GM went on Twitter and said they didn't sign Pirine. Okay. Is it 110? Apparently it's 100.5 million. Yes, Carson, I think that's accurate. But this isn't taking a step back is the thing. It's a little bit cheaper than Geno, I guess, in theory. Like, this is like trying to really make a run at things in 2025, and we have $7 million dead. Yeah, pretty much power. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of stuff you need to get right here, man. A lot of stuff you need to get right. All right. Anything else going on? Elijah Moore. Yeah, I like Elijah Moore. De'Ami Brown got 10 million, man. This is why I wouldn't have been that upset about paying DK. And I know a lot of people are like, how can you possibly pay DK 30? I mean, freaking Tutu Atwell got 10 million. Now we got De'Ami Brown getting 10 million. It's like wide receiver market's pretty cooked. Who got De'Ami Brown? Jags? All right. There we go. Oh, 12? Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $1.99. Big Cat and Murphy with happy posts on IG for Sam. Oh, good for them. Hawks Nest's stream was going to start at noon, but he pushed it back to 2. He must have heard by now. Oof. All right, guys, it's noon. I should probably eat something. So, I think I need to stand up for a little bit and do stuff. So, we did get one big move today. Any free agent guard or center you want really bad. I mean, at this point, you're kind of obligated to do that, right? There's Jenkins, there's Will Fries, and there's what's the center that's left? I can't remember his name. Colin Castillo, is he a center? God, I can't even remember. I'm so annoyed by now. Now, it's certainly a polarizing move. It's got people buzzing. It's got people talking. But I'm not going to switch my position on this just because the team did it. Like, period. I'm not going to switch my position here just because the team signed him. That's not how I'm doing things here. So, 3 years, 45 for Hafunga. Let me get that on the board here real quick. Man, that's already all the way down there. That's pretty okay, I guess. I don't know. It's whatever. Okay, guys. I need to take a break. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit here, so I gotta eat. I gotta do something with these dogs because they're gonna get really angry at me soon here. Everyone chill out. Go Hawks, and I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Anything happen? Ooh, Aaron Banks. Wow. That is more money than I thought he was going to get. Aaron Banks. Hold on. We are running out of offensive linemen we can sign, guys. Green Bay almost never does that. What a signing. Titans targeting Russell Wilson. Giants sign Roy Robertson Harris. Bears. Wow. Bears gave Grady Jarrett a ton of money. All right. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. Okay. Mikari. Okay. He's off the board. The only left guard really worth all that much, to my eye, would be Jenkins. By the way, sorry guys, I'm not looking at chat right now because I'm updating the board. Just give me a few minutes here. Mikari, 337.5. Okay, Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way, now this was a million years ago, but 4 million. Oh, Titans got Sebastian Joseph Day back. Okay. Josh Sweat to the Cards. I did see that right before I left for lunch. Fries is still available. Yeah, but he's a right guard. I'm talking about left guard, which we literally don't have a left guard right now. That's what I'm thinking about way more than right guard. We have right guards. They might not be very good, but... Oh, wait a minute. De'Ami Brown was only 10 million. Okay. Okay, Josh Sweat. Let me get this up on the board here. Yeah. That's pretty big, man. Oh, Josh Palmer got way more than I thought he was going to. Dang. Okay, well, I liked him, but I definitely didn't like him like that, so I'm not sad about that no more. Hunter Long, Jax 2-5. Luke Farrell with the Niners? I think I know who that is. SF 3 20.3. Let's call it 20.3, whatever. Round up. Interesting. Backup for Kittle, I guess. Okay. I think we're caught up. I think we're caught up, people. I did not think Banks was going to get that much. So that makes me think Jenkins is going to get more. But Jenkins does have some injury problems. Maybe that hurts him a little bit. I'm starting to think Jenkins, maybe the injuries drag him down to like 18 per. Like Ben Bredesen got more than I thought he would. The Tampa Bay guy. All right, guys. I'm back locked in. Sam Darnold is the ghost scene guy. Zach Wilson is the MILF Hunter guy. You got your Jets quarterbacks mixed up, dude. We released Jenkins. We didn't trade him, I don't think. The only interior lineman that I'm really high on right now is Tevin Jenkins. Will Fries would be okay too. I don't know who's left as a center. There are definitely some guys, but off the top of my head, I don't have the name. Maybe like Bradley Bozeman. Oh, TJ Slayton. TJ Slayton. NT. He's a nose tackle. Slayton. Goes to the Bengals. There we go. Oh man, I still cannot. I still do not understand this fan base, man. I do not get it. Luna, you were just out. Knock it off. Come on. You were just out 5 minutes ago. It's not going to be any big deal to release Darnold in 2026. I very much doubt that. I'm pretty sure it's a 2-year deal, pretty much locked in. And then we can let him go before the 3rd year. I think we're getting a top 10 pick next season. I kind of do too, which is why I was like, can we save some cap space while we're getting that top 10 pick if we're going to get one anyway? Oluwatimi's bigger than Joey Hunt for sure. I'm not a big Oluwatimi guy, but let's not compare him to Joey Hunt. I like TJ Slayton. Them signing him, maybe that means they don't draft Ken Grant. I don't know. Mekhi Becton's still on the market, yeah. I'm very, very confident that the dead cap hit on letting Darnold go next year will be prohibitive. This is a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option of sorts. I'm interested in Alar. I don't mind him. But there are other guys I like more, like the Tennessee guy, Nico. He's a lot of fun. Would you go after Jonathan Allen to replace Hankins at nose tackle? Is Jonathan Allen a nose tackle? I thought he was a 3-tech. Maybe. If he's a nose tackle. Becton played guard last year. No, Becton's a guard. Mad Wolf, I can't put that stuff on the board because I'm working from my laptop. I had to minimize I had to minimize the stuff I was doing graphically. Wednesday, it should be up. Wednesday, I should be able to do the tier list. Wednesday, I should be able to do more stuff because I'll be on my computer. But right now, I am on my laptop. Bobby Brown is a nose tackle. That I could get behind that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, right now, we have Darnold throwing to a bad receiver core. It's a bad receiver core right now. I know JSN's great, but there is literally nothing behind him. So if we're not going to sign a receiver, and so, well, I mean, we could, we're going to have to hit in the draft pretty hard and immediately. You think Greenlaw could be a good addition? We don't need another starting caliber linebacker. We need depth at linebacker. Becton's like 10 mil a year. I don't know. I mean, okay, maybe I'm being optimistic with Fanton Varner. We have an okay tight end room. It's decent. It's workable. Okay, there are plenty of tight end rooms that are worse, and there are plenty that are better. It's okay. It's not anything to get super excited about. It's just okay. We have good running backs. I mean, I think we do. Some people don't, but I think we have good running backs. That's it, though. Would you like to sign a veteran receiver like Cooper? At this point, I feel like you have to. What about McMillan at 18? There's no way McMillan makes it to 18. I'd love to do that, though. I can't imagine him getting down there. Okay, so somebody on X just posted this. So the rankings for the Vikings offensive line in pass protection last year, just pass protection. Okay. I'm going to go down the list here. So everyone listen to me very carefully. PFN, 9th. SFA, 13th. PFF, 18th. ESPN, 9th. So that means two aggregators thought the Vikings pass protection last year, just taking the offensive line, was good. One thought it was slightly above average, and one thought it was slightly below average for a consensus of above average. Those same aggregators, Seahawks pass protection, PFN 30th, SFA 25th, PFF 31st, ESPN 25th. All of them think they're bad. Two of them think they're atrocious for a consensus of about 28th. So this idea that the Vikings had as bad a pass protection as the Seahawks last year, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing it at all. How much cap do we still have? We have plenty of cap. Cap is not really a big problem yet, But we have a lot of needs. We have a lot of things we need to do now. I don't want to. I mean, I'm not optimistic about Sam Darnold, but I don't want to send him out there to just die. This is the perfect example. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a YouTube channel out there somewhere that operates on vibes. So, I don't know. I'm sure it's out there somewhere if you seek it out. But I don't know what else I'm supposed to look at. I really don't know. Something like that, AA. Who cares if Darnold dies? Well, we just gave him a $100 million contract. It would suck if he died. No, I think we're closer to like 55. If we're playing the long game, then why did we give Darnold 100 million? I don't know. Talking in circles. How would you feel about signing Diggs as wide receiver too? Didn't Diggs have a major injury last year? Um, Nothing going on right this very second. All right, everything's quiet right now. I think all the GMs are having lunch, or I guess if you're on the East Coast, dinner. Diggs had a torn ACL. Yeah, that's tough, man. You got to at least have like a year to get right, usually, right? If you were GM, how would you address the O-line and wide receiver room? I kind of like the idea of Tevin Jenkins for starters, and then I hope things fall into place at the other two positions. For the wide receiver room, I kind of like the idea of Amari Cooper, I guess. Yeah, guys, this is okay. This is Groundhog's Day. When we had Russell Wilson, we couldn't get the line right, and people said it's because Wilson is taking too much money. So we got rid of Wilson. We get Geno, who's making a lot less, and they're like, okay, now that we don't have Wilson and Geno's taking less, we can fix the offensive line. And the offensive line was worse than ever. Now we get off Geno because supposedly he wants too much. We get somebody cheaper in Darnold. I don't know how much cheaper he is, but let's say he's cheaper. Now we're like, okay, now because Geno isn't taking all the money, we can fix the offensive line. Like, we're in a time loop. And by the way, the whole premise is dumb. The whole premise is dumb anyway. Because you can fix your offensive line while paying a quarterback a lot of money. The premise is not good. Well, regardless, Ski Bum, what I'm trying to say is that the idea is that because it's cheaper, things will be better. I don't buy it. Okay, 33 million in today's market is pretty similar to what Geno got 2 years ago, which was 25 with incentives, right? So it's kind of scaled up with the cap. It's the Darnold contract is like the Geno contract scaled up for the cap going up, right? So how is this not? So how is this not Groundhog's Day? Could Kubiak have asked for Darnold given that he coached him in SF? I don't know. He only played one game there. He lost the starting job to Brock Purdy. Couldn't have been that happy with him. Well, in order for Sam's contract to be better in a meaningful way, John now has to go out and spend that money that he saved on proven, certified blue chip talent at some of these positions of need, or else the cap space is just cap space. Like, they don't give out Super Bowl trophies for having cap space. So if John doesn't now use the cap space in correct and appropriate ways, then what does the cap space do for me? So we'll see what happens now. Yeah, but the new head coach doesn't seem to have any personnel control. At least he doesn't on paper, and I seriously doubt he has much say in these decisions. I think we have 10 draft picks. I don't know. I think it's still 10. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, big trade, people. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I clicked away by accident. Texans trading Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders for a series of picks. Hello. Big one, people. Laramie Tunsil for a significant draft haul. We don't know what it is yet. Goes to Washington. No, we didn't really need Laramie Tunsil. We have Cross. Tunsil's never played any position other than left tackle, to my knowledge. But it's still a pretty big trade. Can Tunsil play right tackle? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Yeah. So Houston had one of the worst offensive lines in football last year, so their solution is to trade their left tackle. Somebody's going to have to make that one make sense. Good for Washington, though, depending on what they gave up in the trade. Maybe they gave up way too much. Second and fourth and a third. Oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty sweet. Wow. Interesting. I don't know what to think about that. Fun. Texans O-line looking worse than ours. I think that might be true. It's right around there, man. All right, we've been streaming for about 4 hours now, so that means we have 4 hours to go. Still have had hundreds and hundreds of people in the stream pretty much all day. We peaked up over 1,000. Right now, we're down at like 750, but it's been, volatile depending on what is going on at any given time. So I want to say thank you again to everybody here. Since we are at the halfway point, I do want to say a few things. If you haven't already, please like the stream. We've got 400 likes just about now. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and you want daily Seahawks content. I know I'm not the happiest I've ever been as a Seahawks fan at the moment, but I just try to keep it real here. So if you want to go above and beyond that with the support, we are just, I think, like $13 short of the stream super chat meter filling up. So donations are appreciated. This is one of 2 times during the year where I do hope to actually get a good amount of donations going, because this is one of 2 times during the year where I do long streams. So if you are able to support in that way, please do so. You can also tip via the link at the top of the description. If you prefer that method through PayPal, or I think through with a credit card as well, or maybe debit, I don't know. I also have a Patreon. So those are the best ways to help support the channel. Thank you. Will you like going for T. Higgins? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Oh, Jeremy Chin. Safety. Jeremy Chin. 2 years, 16 to the Raiders. There we go. Yeah, I don't think Higgins is a possibility. We need to go the idea is we don't want to spend big on a receiver. So if we're going to spend big on a receiver, why didn't we just spend big on the receiver we had? So don't spend big on any receiver, because clearly that's what you don't want to do. Find a more moderate option, like an Amari Cooper, or I guess a Stephon Diggs. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. I don't think Noah Fant's worth 13 million, but he is a good player. What's your favorite non-Seahawks move? That Dahlman move is really good for the Bears, I think. mjseahawk, thank you for the $13. Hang in there, Brendan, donating to hit your goal. Thank you, mjseahawk. I appreciate that very much. And yeah, we've now hit the goal, I think. Yes, we have. So, hey, let me see here. Okay. Okay, guys, hold on one second. So, I'm going full screen. Here we go. This is one of them. The other one's over somewhere else. All right. So there you go. Anyway, I think somebody else super chatted. Oh, it was Cooper Gay. Thank you for the $5. Yikes. I can't disagree. It's not a golden. That's not a golden. That's a English cream lab. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that Texans move. Yeah, that's not a golden retriever, guys. That's a English cream. The other one looks almost exactly the same. Like, if the other one came in here and I showed her to you guys, you probably would not be able to tell it was a different dog. So it's not a big deal that the other one didn't show up. And it's not a he, it's a she. I've never had a male dog in my life, actually. Every dog I've ever had has been a female. Well, one dog is named Luna, and the other dog is named Haley. Haley like Haley's Comet, and Luna like the moon. See? They are sisters, actually, just from different litters. Why female? Well, mostly because my dad really doesn't want to have to neuter a male dog. That's something that he really never wanted to partake in. That's something that really made him uncomfortable. So he never really wanted to mess with that. And I think female dogs are known to be have a better temperament. Okay, let's see here. Houston gets a third, a seventh, and then next year gets a second and a fourth. I don't know how to feel about that, man. That's a little bit complex. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thanks for all the content, Brendan. Well, thank you, Jordan, for all the support. I appreciate that very much. Me. Oh, Oh, I know who this is. This is the guy who was on the B&B show a couple weeks ago and did the, or maybe it was like a month ago, and did the 500, isn't it? That's you, isn't it? Thank you for the $49.99. Wow. Just saying thanks for your coverage, Brendan. Cute dog BTW. Well, thank you, me. I appreciate that very much. What inspired y'all to name her a Spanish name? I don't know. It just felt right. You know, me and my parents, when dogs get named, we go on vibes. Like, my parents always wanted to get a dog named Madison, and they would call her Maddie for short. But then they got we got a dog like 23 years ago or something, 22, 23 years ago, and the feel of that dog was just, oh, this is not Madison, this is a Goldie. So we named her Goldie. And then the next dog we got was named Madison. So, you know, you just feel it. Looks like about 70-30 in favor of Darnold signing. Depends on who you ask. Like the video that I made talking about the Darnold signing, the comments are mostly negative, but the thumbs up, thumbs down ratio is actually very good. Now, I don't know if that means anything.
The Seattle Seahawks.
I guess it's apparently 105, Alan. They're saying it's 105. What are your preferred free agent choices left on the board for us? I mean, I still think Tevin Jenkins is out there. I'm not going to get off of it. Yeah, sorry, guys. I opened up Brandon's video that he just posted a few minutes ago. Sorry about that. And not always, Chris. Not always. Not always. Let me see. Anything else happening right now? Jaguars sign Chuma Edoga. I'm not even going to put that on the board, I don't think. I don't know who that is. I didn't want to put up a negative comment on your video, but I really don't like this move. I mean, then how is that even really a negative comment? That's just you commenting how you feel. Are you going to stream with Brandon today? No, we're streaming on Thursday, like we always do. Okay, we got to move. Okay, hold on. Panthers. Okay. $220. Okay. I know it's work, but can you make a wish list or best available list like you did with draft? I have it, but I can't put it on screen because I'm on my laptop, Voodoo. I don't want to put up a bunch of stuff on screen right now. Like, I'm streaming at 2500 kbps. I am dropping frames, although it's actually been pretty tame lately. Like, this is already kind of dicey. I don't want to overcomplicate the screen, so I'm keeping it to a minimum. Your thoughts on Justin Fields signing too steep? I wouldn't have gone that high. I'm not a big Fields guy, but there was a money amount where I would have gone for it because I do believe he has potential. I just think it's very unlikely he reaches it. When's the next mock draft? Next week. I mean, like, hold on. Like, another guy who would be near the top of my list at this point would probably be BJ Ojulari. I like BJ Ojulari a lot. Let's see here. Ryan Kelly. I like Tyler Conklin, Brandon Stevens, Mekhi Becton. I like Calais Campbell. I like hold on. Levi, well, not anymore. Elijah Moore. I like let's see here. Mo Alley Cox. There, guys. Matthew Clements, thank you for the 12-month member message. Do you think wide receiver at 18 is a high possibility? Pretty good possibility. Hey, okay, that's enough. Okay, you did your job. Stop. Okay, you did your job. Stop. Girls. Luna. Calm down. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I just did that. Okay. Oh, shoot. What was awkward? I'll meet you over there. Stay. So your dad not around there? No, he's around. Well, not here at the and it's the English green. Close. Oh, it's not over? Yeah. No, stay back. Oh, hold on 1 second here. Okay, how much you vote? Give me a second. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was certainly not planned. Somebody was here. I had to take care of it real quick. Sorry about that. But we're good now. How are you? What's going on? Okay, yeah, Lockett hasn't signed with the Raiders. All right. Dante Jackson. Okay, the cornerback. All right, let me get that up on the board here. Thanks. All right, man. Thanks. All right. All right. He forgets a lot of stuff lately. All right. I think we're good in the clear now, guys. No, no. A guy came by to do the backflow test on our sprinkler system, and he wanted to get paid the fee. So I had to take care of that, is actually what happened. What do you think of Gray Zabel, the FCS lineman? Yeah, interesting. Not sure how I feel about it overall. Okay, did I miss anything? No, we're all caught up. Cool, thank you. Yeah, we're not getting Jamar Chase, guys. I mean, it's gonna be a commiserate with DK Metcalf type cost. He's better than Metcalf, but he's also going to cost significantly more than Metcalf. These dogs are sucking the life out of me. Okay, what's going on? Oh, Brandon Stevens off the board. I kind of liked him. He got way more than I thought he would, though. Didn't really like him for that amount. New York Jets, okay. Yep, nothing else going on, guys. Seahawks are quiet. And we can't be quiet now. We just signed Sam friggin' Darnold, so I'm really hoping something happens soon. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but we got to go with it. Did we get Will Fries? Not to my knowledge. But I mean, guys, we're only there's it's not done yet. Again, I don't like Darnold very much. I don't think he's all that good. But clearly you can win with him because somebody won with him last year. But time to do something to get closer to what the Vikings had around him last year. Yeah, Stevens to the Jets. I saw that. Time to face facts. This is a rebuild. I don't consider this to be a rebuild after giving $100 million to a quarterback. I just don't. I'm not on that wagon. I don't think we trade Nwosu. We'd be pretty destitute at edge at that point. Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold. Well, Cousins you can't get because he's under contract with the Falcons. First of all, Darnold's better than that. Brandon Scherf's pretty washed up, Nathan. I'm not that would not butter my biscuit. I think he's pretty washed. He's an aging edge with a torn ACL. Well, Jason, I looked into that. Actually, Jason Tudor. Yeah, Jason Tudor. I looked into that. As near as I can tell, that rating is an aggregate of everything that affected pass blocking on that team, including the quarterback. And if you drill down, it seemed to me anyway that the Vikings offensive line was quite good at pass protection, and Darnold was just holding onto the ball way too long. So when the things that I found that take offensive line pass blocking in isolation indicate that the Vikings pass protection was anywhere from above average to good. Did Gino really want out? Is this accurate? We'll never really know, many men. I think that's what John Schneider would like us to believe. Now, it could still be true, but I don't know if it is. I don't think there's any stat that I've ever seen. I don't think there's any indication I've seen that Gino holds onto the ball anywhere near as much as Darnold. If he did, he would not have had a season like he did in, say, 2023 when he didn't get sacked that much. Hey, you were just out. No. Yeah, Jason, to my knowledge, I actually went through some data I found earlier, like PFF, or no, it was PFF and ESPN and two other websites. They did like their pass blocking OL aggregate, and the Vikings were anywhere from good to average. So I'm not really seeing that. Would you rather have Rodgers than Darnold? Oh my God, yes. Rodgers would be cheap and short term. This isn't a destructive deal, but this is pretty, but this is still something that I look at as being committing in some way. Anthony Sandoval, thank you for the $1.99. Which wide receiver would you draft now at 18 or in the second? I like Higgins. Higgins is doing it for me, but I got more work I got to do before I figure that out. Yeah, I'll change the GIF. Well, yeah, Rodgers would have gotten hurt, but then he would have gotten hurt. Who cares? It's clearly going to be a deal they can get out of in year 3. Well, I certainly hope so. But that's still 2 years. Ooh, Robert Hainsey. Robert Hainsey got paid, people. Okay. So well, he's more OL. I'm not going to say he's a center. He does multiple things. Wow, he got paid $3.21 from Jacksonville, I think. Yeah. Jacksonville spending some money. No, Drew Lock, I would have given no, I would have rather had Drew Lock than Darnold. Drew Lock would have been cheap. Drew Lock would have been short term. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I saw Nate Hobbs. That's on the board now. Okay. Here, yeah, but at least Locke is cheap. Exactly. You wouldn't have to spend all this money to get Drew Lock. Oh, I do hate Locke, but at least it would have been reasonably priced. Y2K, thank you for the $2. Do we have the full Darnold details yet? I don't think so. Somebody estimated that the first year cap hit was only like 13.5, but he was speculating, I think. So I don't think we know. If Darnold gets us to 12-5, would you be happy and make the playoffs? I mean, that'd be pretty good. I have my doubts. That's literally almost as good as Darnold did last year with a much better team than we're going to be able to give him. Would you rather pay Darnold $37 million a year or Daniel Jones $30 million? Oh, wow. Why am I paying Daniel Jones $30 million a year? How did that happen? What chain of events led to me giving Daniel Jones $30 million a year? I mean, if that's the choice, yeah, I would do Darnold, but how the hell did we get to Daniel Jones $30 million a year? Okay, so here's the way I'm looking at it right now. Here's my thought process. If we're going to continue to have Geno Smith be part of this discussion, because people keep playing the game, it's like, okay, it's Geno Smith for this amount versus Sam Darnold at this amount. So Sam Darnold got, okay, let's call it $33.5 million a year. Oh, hold on. Grimy Subaru, thank you for the $1.99. I'd be much happier with Darnold if we kept DK. I wouldn't have been too happy either way, but I guess I agree. I hate it, but I don't like it either way, but I guess I agree. But anyway, okay, so there are two reports about Geno. One report is he didn't want to be here no matter what, okay? Right? He didn't want to be here no matter what. And if that's the case, then there's nothing to say. Then you blame John Schneider for not building a better offensive line for him because that's probably why he doesn't want to stay. But regardless, you get to that point, he doesn't want to stay, and there's nothing really to say there. Okay. The other story is that the Seahawks wanted to give him 35 and Geno wanted 45. Pretty sure you'd be able to meet that guy a little bit in the middle and get him down to at least 42. Maybe even 41. Let's say it's 42, though, because that's the nature of negotiation. If you had actually worked on it, you could have maybe done 42. So you're saving with Darnold $8.5 million a year in cap space. That's what we're talking about here. Per year, saving about $8.5 million. So people keep saying 15 million. I don't think it's 15 million. Malcolm Kuntz. The Seahawks didn't offer 42 million a year. They offered 35, supposedly. Again, there are two different reports here that contradict each other. We don't know which one's true. If I had to choose one, I would believe the Breer report because the other report sounds like something that Schneider would release through local media as spin. Okay, hold on one second here. Malcolm Kuntz, LV. Hold on, LV. Yeah, okay. 112. Tonga. That I don't agree with at all. By the way, well, what I'm saying is that I'm assuming that one of the two reports is correct. I just don't know which one. Yes, Jason, I know. That's one of the reports. The other report is that Gino wanted 45 and the team offered him 35. And what I'm saying is, if you had found a way to meet him a little bit in the middle, which you almost certainly could have, because that's the nature of negotiation, then maybe you get him down to 41 or 42. And what would that put you? That puts you $7 to $8 million more than what you gave Darnold. And what I'm saying is that a lot of people are like, "Oh, we saved 15 million per year." I don't necessarily think that's true. Were you high on Gino when he took over for Russell Wilson? Not really. Not really, no. I said stranger things have happened, but it would be a strange things that happened. So why do you think the only one report is questionable? Well, that's just simply because I think the one report is the one that John Schneider would really like us to believe. And remember, that's the report that came out of a local guy. The other report came out of Albert Breer, who he's not a local guy, is he? But what I'm saying is that only one of those reports can be true because they contradict each other. So you have to believe that one of them's correct and the other one's incorrect. But again, you didn't have to sign Darnold just because you don't have Geno. There are many other things you could have done. And maybe the other quarterbacks you could have gotten wouldn't have been as good as Darnold, but they also wouldn't have required the monetary and time commitment as Darnold. Are you going to buy AB's crypto coin? I don't have time or energy to do like day trading of altcoins anymore. I used to do that, but I can't do it anymore. I'm tired. It's so much work. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Would you take Zach Wilson over Daniel Jones? Yeah, I think so. There's some stuff about Zach Wilson that's pretty fun. I don't think there's anything fun about Daniel Jones at this point, except the memes. Why do I hate Darnold so much when he's better? Well, yeah, he is better than those quarterbacks. I don't hate him because I think he's worse than those guys. I hate him because of the commitment you had to make to bring him in compared to the other quarterbacks you could have gotten. Like, there is now a certain expectation of the Seahawks with Darnold. There is a certain expectation of what Darnold will do as a Seahawk. And if he doesn't meet a relatively lofty goal, it's going to be a failure. Do you think we could have paid Kuntz more than one for $12 million? Not really. He got hurt. I mean, he didn't even play football last year. And for the moment, it looks like we're keeping Nwosu, but I wouldn't have hated it. Apparently, it's 100.5 Arias. The commitment you're referring to is basically 2 years at 27 million each. That's not a big commitment at all. Well, we need to see how the contract looks before I say that. I need to see these cap hits and dead cap hits and stuff, but it's not trivial. It's not nothing. Oh, Bruce Irvin tweeted about Sam Darnold. He's not impressed. It looks like Bruce Irvin. I don't quite know how to interpret this tweet, but he doesn't seem very happy with Darnold. Elijah Moore still available. I don't. Bruce Irvin's retired, right? He's not in the NFL anymore. I don't know. Maybe he likes the signing. I can't tell. He posted like 3 emojis. I think that's what he's saying. I don't know. Good girl. I can't stand him. Yeah, we can't get. Well, Tez is barely draftable. He tested so bad. Like, I'm sorry. You need to do a little better than that. I know it's just testing, but he's already on the fence. He weighs like 150 pounds. I think if I sat on Tez Johnson's chest, he'd die. Like me, not like, I'm not talking about friggin' Vince Wilfork here. I'm talking about me. Drew Dahlman turned down a larger offer to join the Bears. Wow, what kind of upside down world am I living in with the Bears are like this model organization that people want to be a part of? What's your ceiling versus floor win loss after Sam Darnold signing? Ceiling 17-0, floor 0-17. Tavares Moore to a 1-year extension, Bears. Bruce Irvin hasn't retired yet? Well, I'm not even talking about compared to the Seahawks. I'm talking about it compared to the rest of the league. The Bears have been known as a joke organization for a long time with terrible ownership and terrible decision makers. I'm just saying it's weird that now apparently players are taking discounts to play with them. It's not compared to like the Seahawks or versus any other team. It's the collective of the NFL. They're in a big historied market. I mean, I hear that, but the Bears during the Super Bowl era have mostly been a pretty feudal team. Like, ain't nobody alive really remembers when the Bears were some dominant franchise. No, I love Caleb. You don't need to talk me into Caleb, but I'm a little bit surprised that that organization is starting to turn the corner. I've my gut tells me we're going to move Christian Haynes to center. That's my gut, but we haven't seen any reason to believe that it will happen. Hearing rumors of Tevin Jenkins, I would love Tevin Jenkins. That would set me up. That would get me pretty excited. I really like Kerry Hyder Jr. Don't know what happened when he got here, but that really did not work out, did it? Do you think we can get both Jenkins and Fries? Oh, we can. I don't think anyone believes that we will. You can kind of do anything. Cap space is fake. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. I'm happy as can be. Let's go walking, you and me. Ready, set, come on, let's go. Well, yeah, we traded for Sam Howell to be a cheap backup quarterback who might get through. And if he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. We didn't give up that much to get him, and he's cheap. Yeah. Yeah, Jason, it is. It's the English version of the My Neighbor Totoro song. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5. If Darnold was indeed better Geno, then Vegas would have gotten him, paid him less than they're paying Geno, and saved their third-round draft capital. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. There's subjectivity here. Like, some people think that Geno's better than Darnold, and I'm certainly one of them. Some people think Darnold's better than Geno. So I want to, there's room for people to not come away with the exact same impression of every player. But I do think it is notable. I do think people should, ask themselves why the Vikings, the team that just got this amazing season out of Sam Darnold, is letting him go in free agency, and why it seemed like there wasn't that big of a market out for anybody else. Hold on one second, guys. Getting a phone call here. Give me a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, did I miss anything? No, we're caught up. Ooh, Bobby Brown is off the board to the Panthers. And the Cardinals re-signed Kelvin Beachum, but we don't have terms yet. That's because... Okay, we are updated. Okay, I think we're all caught up. Signs are pointing to Will Fry signing here. What are these signs? I'm only keeping an eye on like the top guys. What are these signs? I'm not even a huge Darnold fan, but the sheer amount of bad takes hating on him is making me think he's going to the Super Bowl. I don't know why it's a bad. I don't know. I don't understand why it's supposed to be a bad take. Not think that highly of a quarterback that mostly failed despite having multiple opportunities to succeed in his career until he landed in a pretty great situation that we can't replicate. I don't know. I don't really know. Again, I would understand if I was sitting here and I was saying like, "Oh, Josh Allen is shit." Then people would be like, then I would understand why people would be like, "What the hell's wrong with you, dude? How can you think that? That's stupid." But Sam Darnold? Shay, thank you for the $1.99. Should Hawks re-sign Lake and Tomlinson? He needs to, like, go be a coach or something. We could sign him as an offensive line coach, maybe. It's a 2-year, $55 million deal we can get out easy. Well, that's what they're saying, but we don't have the particulars yet of this deal. I want to see this deal. If it really is literally 2 years, $55 million, I'd feel at least somewhat differently about that. I'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. That's not so bad. Like, okay, I could kind of get behind that at least somewhat, but I need to actually see the exact breakout of the deal. I could dig Amari Cooper. I've always liked Cooper. He's one of the best route runners in football. Okay. All right. Nothing else going on right this very second. Will Hernandez, he's all right. I wouldn't hate that. Yeah, I don't think Amari Cooper's completely done. Like, I think he's less done than Stephon Diggs. What OL is left that you want? Jenkins, Will Fries, Ryan Kelly. They're still guys. Don't get me wrong. That's the thing. Like, you people got to understand. You don't need to sign all of them. You just need to sign some of them. Keenan Allen looked so fat and slow last year. I don't know about that. Well, I'm just saying, of like veteran quality, solid wide receivers, there aren't that many options out there. You have Diggs, you have Cooper, you have who else? Who's the other guy? I guess Keenan Allen, but I don't know. Keenan Allen looked fat to me last year. To me, Keenan Allen is the one who's really washed up. I ate like 2 hours ago, Tenko. I don't. Although I do need to get my dog something to eat, so everyone hold on for a couple of minutes here. You did just remind me, I do have something I need to give them. All right, I'm back. Why do you have so much reverence for Gino when he sucked for a good majority of his career? Oh, okay. Why do you have so much reverence for Gino when he sucked for a good majority of his career? He didn't suck for a majority of his career. He didn't play for a majority of his career. Okay, here's the difference, guys. After his first 2 years with the Jets, and then the next 2 years where he was the backup, after he left the Jets, he went to teams where he had no real chance of playing. He was backing up Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning, and Russell Wilson. Three guys that are legends with their own teams, three guys that are extremely durable. He had no opportunity to play pretty much no matter what. Okay? Like does that make sense? 3 years, 21 million for Bobby Brown. Let me get that up here real quick. Okay, so you have that. So after Gino fails in New York, right? He goes to three teams that that he can never win, that there is no starting QB competition. Rivers, Eli, Wilson. So he's just a backup. There's no opportunity for him to play unless somebody gets hurt. Darnold, on the other hand, after he fails with the Jets, he went to the Panthers and played and wasn't very good. He went to the Niners, had an honest opportunity to beat out Brock Purdy and failed to do so. And then and only then does he go to Minnesota and actually play well after, by the way, and he needed an injury to even get that opportunity, but I mean, so did Gino in some capacity. The point that I'm trying to make is that the situations are not really equivalent, and people keep trying to draw this equivalency here. I don't think it exists. Spare Rib, thank you for the $4.99. Hey, Brendan, can you compare the Kubiak and the O'Connell offenses? Well, I mean, O'Connell is a McVay disciple, so it's more of a McVay offense, right? Oh, thank you for the member message, Chad Hart. Love your content, Brendan. I'll always Seattle. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Okay, so O'Connell is a McVay disciple, so his offense has more in common with the McVay offense. And Kubiak is more about like the Rams. Okay, the McVay offense tends to live in three receiver, right? And Kubiak likes to go two tight end and two back way more. That's one of the big differences, I would say. Kubiak is a little bit, I guess you'd call him more of a Shanahan guy. There's a more focus on running the ball. There's more focus on, I don't want to say more focus on play action. I don't think that's totally fair, but I think those would be some of the like high level discrepancies. I think Kubiak just likes to be a little bit bigger. They both have similar running schemes, I guess. Although me and Hawksness talked about this a bit last year. It seemed like McVay was pivoting towards a power run game last year with Kyron Williams. So obviously there are always ways to switch things up a little bit, but I think that would be the main kind of distinction point I would draw. O'Connell's doing a little bit more of a McVay thing. Kubiak's doing more of a Shanahan thing. I always associate Kubiak a little bit more with trying to run the ball. Gino was benched by the Jets because he was bad. Well, no, duh. But he had no he was never ever ever going to win the starting job in with the Chargers, with the Giants, or the Seahawks until Wilson fell off a cliff. And even then, he wasn't going to win the starting job. He just got it after Wilson was traded. I like Kubiak. I'm high on Kubiak. I think, but he's not Kevin O'Connell. And the thing is, like, when Sam Darnold was on the Panthers, he kind of, sort of showed slight ability of a slight improvement in 2022, but not enough to catch on. They still booted him out after that season. Do you think this signing DK means the Steelers keep Wilson? No, because they still have Arthur Smith. I don't think, based on what we know, it's hard for me to believe that Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith want to work together again. Yeah, but that Panthers team was also a mess. Well, okay. The next season he went to San Fran and he was in a quarterback. He was making like 20 times the money that Brock Purdy was making that year, I think. He was making way more money than Purdy. Purdy was coming off a devastating injury. Purdy was a Mr. Irrelevant pick. And like Darnold could have beaten him out. I know some people are like, oh, he had no chance. Yes, he did. Darnold, at that point, Purdy had like one half of a good year. Darnold could have beaten him out, and he didn't. So I'm not buying that. Do we get comp for Roy Robertson Harris? No, I don't think so because we cut him. Now that doesn't mean Darnold's bad now, but I say that because people try to draw some equivalency between Darnold before Minnesota and Geno before Seattle, and I don't think it exists. Oh, Chargers got Bozeman back? Okay. Let me check this out. Oh, Cody Barton. Cody Barton got paid. Cody Barton. Tennessee, 3 years, 21 million. There we go. Yeah, Cody was good last year. Thanks to Geno, we didn't make the play. You guys are funny. You guys crack me up. All right, let's see here. I remember clearly last year when you were out on Geno. I gotta be honest, I think you might be talking about the wrong person. I don't think that ever happened. KJ Wright didn't like Geno. KJ Wright wanted Drew Lock to start, so I understand that there was some discrepancy there. I mean, KJ Wright also probably wanted us to keep Pete Carroll until Pete Carroll died at 133 years old, so not really valuing his takes. Swine Flu, thank you for the $5. If Darnold has another top 5 season, Kubiak will get head coach interviews. Oh, yeah. Definitely. O'Connell won Coach of the Year because he got such good stuff out of Darnold. Like, people were surprised by that. Especially with these receivers. If Darnold has a top 5 season with these receivers, then oh my God. No, I haven't done a live mock today. Why do the Seahawks have a crappy offensive line? I don't really know how to answer that question. That one's depends on what angle you're taking there. I think most quarterbacks with JSN could be something. I don't know if that's something exclusive to Darnold, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Would you draft Matthew Golden in the first round? I'm going to have to look at him a little bit more. My gut says no, but I want to look at it a little bit more. What's our current cap space amount? If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere around 55 million. If I had to guess. And I am guessing because it's really hard to estimate this stuff. I think the hopeful best case scenario is Sam can replicate what Gino did last year. Best case, that's my best case scenario. Like, I don't understand how Seahawks fans that were supposedly tired of mediocrity are cool with this. This to me is like, this to me is probably going to lead you to that same strain of mediocrity. Darnold wasn't really battling Purdy. I think that's revisionist history. Darnold absolutely could have won that job, and he didn't. Spare Rib, thank you for the $4.99. How likely is the Mekhi Becton signing? And if he does sign, how much does he move the needle? I want him here badly. I'm a little bit concerned about Becton. He's got a Hall of Famer on his right in Lane Johnson. He had a really, really good player in Cam Jurgens to his left. He had Jordan Maitaya on the other side. That is a God mode offensive line that probably made him look a lot better than he actually is. I think he's better than what we have. I don't know by how much. I don't. Those are not dates. Those are, the first number is number of years, and the second number is millions of dollars. Yeah, and that's the other thing. A lot of people say that Becton doesn't fit the scheme, which, I mean, he's a big dude. Purdy hadn't made the Super Bowl at that point, Nick. Purdy had only played like half a season in 2022 and made the NFC Championship game and suffered a devastating injury. Can he pick it to the Browns? Interesting. I see. Okay, there we go. Best and worst free agent signing so far, in your opinion? I think the best is probably that Dahlman deal. That's pretty sweet. The worst, Jimmy Garoppolo, $13.5 million. I don't understand that one. Man, God, we need a good center, man. God, it's going to help so much with Darnold. I really hope Christian Haynes can pull it off, people. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $4.99. Is there a chance the Seahawks trade one of their seconds or third rounders they've acquired for a new X receiver? Well, who would it be? Who would it be? Who would it be? Usually things like that happen mid-season for a team that's trying to scale back a bit. Quinn Miners is not a free agent. I think he was extended last offseason. The only good, really good veteran center that we can get is Ryan Kelly. That's like it. I don't think anybody else is going to be that big of an upgrade. Maybe Brady Christensen would be okay, but it's Ryan Kelly or bust. Yeah, I know, Half Daddy. I still have a hard time being down with that. But I mean, the Pickett and DTR swap is a big whatever. I'm not even tripping on that so much. Would Nick Harris be better than Olu? I think isn't Nick Harris tiny, or am I thinking of somebody else? A Will Fries free agency decision should come soon, and I guess the implication is that it's either the Seahawks or the Vikings. No, Pedro, I'm on my laptop. I'll be able to do that starting Wednesday. I can't do it right now. I don't want to I don't want to put too much stuff on the screen right now because I'm streaming from a not very good laptop because I have to be up here right now. Starting Wednesday, I should be able to put something like that up. I mean, Will Fries would be nice. My issue is he's a right guard, and I feel like that's so much less interesting than fixing left guard or even center. Josh Myers is a center, yes. Because this team has like reasonable right guard options right now, but they literally do not have a left guard on their team at the moment. I have never heard that, Mind Tenko. That's interesting. Techno. Whenever I see your name, Mind Techno, I think of. Did you ever play Danganronpa V3? I think of Tenko Chabashira. She was the Aikido master girl. So every time I see her name, I think of Tenko Chabashira. Josh Dobbs to Pats on a 2-year deal. Interesting. He's the guy who kind of looks like an alien, right? Yeah, I'm not thrilled about things right now, Austin. I'm just not. I think there's some level of debate on how good Josh Myers is, though, in a way that there isn't with a guy like a Ryan Kelly. The issue with Ryan Kelly is that he's old. I really need to play the Danganronpa games. Yeah, I played them almost a decade ago. I'd stream them and replay them, but I have them on my Vita, and I don't want to rebuy them. So I just play them for myself, basically. I'm going to replay them at some point. I never did like the infinite school mode. Oh, he has the Jada Pinkett Smith thing. I actually didn't know that. Wild. Alopecia. Myers is a below average center. See, like there's some contention on how good he is. Some people think he's not very good. Vikings sign Bubba Bolden? No terms. What do you think about Chase Young or another edge in free agency? We need to find like a bigger edge. We need to find like a big edge, I think. Or I'd rather do someone like Ojulari, who I feel like has more upside. I'm not a Chase Young fan. I feel like he's been kind of a disappointment so far in his career. Am I the only one that has been on board with Brendan? It seems everyone is against the Geno and DK moves. I was hoping they'd be extended. Let's hope Darnold proves us wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind being in the minority or whatever. I really don't. Sometimes I get it wrong, sometimes I get it right, but it does get exhausting, I gotta admit. A Chavarius Ward to the Colts, that's a big one. Here we go. I actually don't know. 360. Boom! Big one, baby. Ward's probably worth about that. I don't know if we should have paid it, but I do think he's worth about that. Any idea who we're going to replace DK's spot? I think we need to find somebody who's going to cost noticeably less. And, like the Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs type, maybe. I wouldn't hate just double dipping in the draft, but you have to hit. You cannot miss. All right, guys. I need to do something with my dogs. This should only take a minute, though. I'll be right back. Ooh, Daryl Taylor got a little bit of money. Daryl Taylor. Yeah, there we go. I see it now. Are they going to give us a flag? Yeah, we can lose. Okay. Okay, let's see here. They're still talking about the Kenny Pickett stuff. Okay, we're all caught up. Okay, Patriots got 2 years, $8 million. See, that I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's plenty of time for things to go the way we need to go. And there are players left worth signing, but if we don't hit this hard, then there's one of two things. Either the Seahawks will need to hit the draft out of the ballpark, like not they don't even need to hit a home run. They need to hit a 500-foot home run, or Darnold is a crash test dummy to just get the crap kicked out of him in 2025, which you don't need to pay all this money to. Like, I'll be a crash test dummy for $3 million. And they want back in. Is anyone surprised? Hey, come here. Get in here. Hey, Luna. Come on. And, like, hey. Gave him $100 million. Signed into a contract. Really where we are? I'm not seeing nothing about Cooper Kupp, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and ban this guy. If you're going to tag me, you better get it right. Chargers re-signed their punter, J.K. Scott. Are you glad Ward is gone from San Fran? He was a good player. Ain't no doubt about it. He was a good player. Silver, I'm mostly on X. I have a list on X of the big news brokers. Oh, Texans signed Justin Watson, another receiver. I've seen a couple of people mention it, that some theme. I do wonder, how does Kubiak feel about this? Like, I can't imagine he would have taken this job if he knew this was going to play out like this. I agree, but at the same time, it's not like Kubiak is a super accomplished coach yet. It's not like he has the. It's not like he would have like 20 different jobs he could take. He has to take what's in front of him. What about our defense you like the most? Hmm. See, I really like most things about the defense, but I don't know if there's one part of it that I like more than any other. Probably Schefter, Silver Ace. I think Schefter's better. Big Cat's probably my favorite player on the defense. Elijah Moore to Seattle. That'd be all right. I like Elijah Moore. I could dig it. Or are you saying that's happened? Because I don't see that. Cup might actually work fairly well, honestly. I might have to live with Cooper Cup. I'm not in love with it, but I can deal with it. Am I out of pocket to think Will Fries is too light? Mm, light is not bad in this scheme. Oh, you mean how would you feel if we got Elijah Moore? I'd like that. I don't think he can replace Metcalf, though. I don't think you can just throw him out there as a starter and be like, okay, we know he's going to give us, he's going to be our 1,000-yard receiver. No, Cup plays on the outside. Cup has played on the outside some. A pretty decent amount. Yeah, the only reason I can think of not spending it is rolling it over. That's exactly my point. If you're going to try to roll a bunch of cap space over, then why not sign Darnold, sign somebody cheaper, and roll that cap space over too? What is this, playing footsie with the step back season? I'm not buying it. Ideal wide receiver signing right now. Oh boy. Um. Uh, I guess I'll just say Elijah Moore because I think he's perfect to be like the number 3, and I don't think there's a perfect number 2 out there right now. Jose, I'm looking at X mostly. All right, everything's chill right now. Or does the FA class kind of stink? Well, it always kind of stinks because the really good players get re-signed 95% of the time. Could Jaden Higgins be a potential number 2 option? I do like Higgins a lot. That would be one of my guys for sure. Elijah Moore is like shorter than JSN. He is, but he can. I mean, JSN's bigger than the average slot receiver, but he's still a slot receiver. All right. So we got about 2 hours left in the stream today. And things are going so slow. I hope you guys don't mind if I get some turns in on tactics. Do you see JSN as our number 1 at the moment? I mean, yes, it's a non-traditional number 1, but in terms of who we value and who we target, yes, of course, definitely. Texans aren't having a fire sale. They're going the other way around. Didn't they sign a bunch of guys? Yes, John Robinson, that's it. If you want to roll it over, you can choose to just sit on it and roll it over to a future year. Well, no. You can roll it over, and then you can keep rolling it over and over again until you use it. Yes, that is how it works. Tyron Smith is a left tackle. Tyron Smith is a tackle. How's that going to work? I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Yes, Darnold is the only thing we've done so far. He's also the only free agent we've lost because none of our free agents are even remotely desirable. 14 wins and 4,000 yards, same as among the NFL elites in that stat line. Fascinating. That's certainly one way to look at it. I really like Javon Holland, Orna City, but I don't know if that's what the thing we need to be doing at the moment. So I don't know. The main center left is the Colts guy, Ryan Kelly. He's good. Favorite wide receiver in free agency? It might actually, now that I think about it, when he's released, it's Cooper Kupp. Do you know what time deals stop being made today? They never really stop. They can keep going. Like, I've had this happen to me many times where I turn the stream off at 5, and I am, by the way, just to say, I am definitely going to have to turn the stream off at 5 because I have to eat. But for whatever it's worth, I've had many times a team makes a signing right after I turn the stream off. Yeah, Cooper Kupp would be okay. There are a couple quarterbacks I like, Chaz Daz, but not that many. I mean, nothing we do is going to be bigger than the Darnold signing, right? We're not going to come in and beat that out. No, I'm not turning the stream off. Palmer got way more money than I thought, so I'm not even going to bother tripping on that. I don't think McMillan makes it down to 18. Barry Soitoro, welcome to the Ring of Honor membership group. Thank you. We don't have very many of those. Barry Soitoro, appreciate the support. The Saints might finally be having that blow it up year. And if they are, good for them. What do you think about Emeka? He's a slot receiver. I don't want another slot receiver. No problem, Barry. If we get a guard, do we draft the guard from Bama? I'm a little cold on the guard from Bama at the moment. I do like McMillan a lot. Don't get me wrong. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. We can still get Shaheed, right? I would assume so. I would assume the Saints are fire sailing. Cowboys still haven't done anything either, have they? Except for their long snapper. Man. Luther Burden's another guy who's probably a slot receiver in the NFL. He's very good, but I can't really get behind signing him. Would you rather have Sam Darnold or Malik Willis? What are we doing? Are we saying for the same amount of money? I need to look at Savion Williams more. I don't know much about him. I don't see Dart as a second rounder. I think he's a third rounder. He just doesn't have a very lively arm. Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99. Which center would you sign right now? If you want someone high-end, the only guy really is Ryan Kelly now. You have to get Ryan Kelly or else you're going to just hope things work out with either a lower-level signing or, what's his name, Christian Haynes moving over. Dart might go first round. I didn't really freak out, Filipino man. I was just depressed about it. I didn't like it. I don't care for it. Yeah, I did see the Drewski and OBJ thing. No idea what to say about that, honestly. Cam Ward might go second. I mean, teams fall over themselves for quarterback crap. Nothing. I have to believe they're going to do something significant in the next few days. There's no way they sign Sam Darnold and then just let him die. If you wanted to sign a quarterback just to let him die, there were much better ways to do that. That's not. I actually trust McDonald and Kubiak too, but there's someone else involved here that I do not really trust. Can anyone guess who it is? Well, I assume that Mike Mack makes his opinion known, but I sincerely doubt that there's really all that much in the way of like actual give and take. I think Restrepo's a little small. I like Alec Ayomanor. He's interesting. Yeah, me and Schneider are not cool right now. But we'll see what happens. Favorite receiver in the draft besides T-Mac? I'm for the Seahawks, Higgins. Obviously, if you want like the second best receiver, that's either Golden or Igbuka. Golden at 18, I need to look at him a little bit more. My gut says no, but it's not a hard no. No, the Jets aren't going to trade Garrett Wilson, I don't think. Yeah, I know, Benjamin. It strikes me as a pretty 1 foot in, 1 foot out way of doing things, and I don't like it. Yeah, that's been known for a while that John Schneider has battled some alcoholism in his life. I feel like that's been known for a while. I don't think our defense is set in stone at all. We could upgrade at safety. We could trade Woolen and upgrade at corner. We could get one more edge. We might need a nose tackle. It depends on whether or not we see these current guys as nose tackles. I would assume that Leslie Frazier has very little, if any, say at all. Hey, knock it off. Come on. Yeah, I'd probably take McMillan at 18. I can't imagine not. Oh, wait a minute. There's a little dog. Oh, okay. I know who that is. I can't. Crap. I can't let them out, though. I'm worried that they'll jump the fence. Okay. Oh, yeah. Najee Harris is still out there. I mean, I don't want him, but man, things have really slowed to a crawl. Nothing's happened. Yeah, I saw the Will Fries thing, but soon could mean a lot of different things. You think Darnold the only move today? Kind of feeling like it. Maybe the Will Fries thing. That's about it, though. 1 second, guys. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, I'm back. I didn't abandon you. My dogs just had to like lose their minds for a minute there. And everything's really slow right now, so not like we're missing anything, man. You guys can see me now, right? Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't think anything's happened for like 15, 20 minutes. You don't get moments of silence like that often. Came up, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. I would hope John's not hungover right now. Who starts drinking at noon? Oh my god. Okay, what else was I gonna? I was gonna look at something. I did. Oh, beloved Crenshaw, thank you for the $2. Does Leslie Frazier have to say in free agency or draft? I would think no. I would not assume that he does. He's an assistant head coach. I would assume no. Yeah, I don't think we're in any real danger of losing Frazier. Are the Seahawks close to being sold? They have to be sold, but there's no super pressing time limit on it. And Jody can kind of sell the team to herself if she wants to. Do you think we will make any more trades? I don't know what kind of trade we'd make. Maybe the only thing that really sticks out to me is a Reek Woolen trade. Aaron Wilson to the Texans. I've not seen anything. Woolen has a lot of talent. Somebody is going to have put some value there. Jody seems to care enough to at least want the team to be good so she can make money. There's something to be said for that. I know that sounded kind of backhanded, but it's really not. This is a business, and these people are making money. hope that... Hmm. Third or fourth or something. Well, all he really needs is one, Carl. Let's be real here. It's not like he has to sign all of them, but I will say this. If he wants like a dependable center, there's one guy left. There's one game left in town. Rams release Cooper Kupp? Yes. All right. I'll bet somebody trades for him last second. But yeah, I see it. I'm not going to post it on the board because they haven't even done it yet. They don't do it until the start of the league year. They're trying to get someone to come in with a last second trade. Future 7th rounder for Kupp. Would they trade him to the Seahawks? I don't know. Maybe. Draco88, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian. Do you think Dante Thornton Jr. would be a good pick in the draft? He's 6'5", 205, runs a 4.30. He's DK. Well, I do like him a lot. He is in that Tennessee offense, which is always a little bit funky because receivers have it easy in that offense. They don't have to deal with like releases and stuff the way other receivers do. Yeah, but I like him a lot. Bobby Deccan, thank you for the $4.99. Really hoping we sign Ryan Kelly. Thanks for doing these live streams each year. If you want a proven veteran center, that's your only choice. Yeah, okay. Dalvin Tomlinson getting released at the start of the new league year. Man, I remember he used to be good. No way we need two, not one. Well, that's what I'm saying. We need maybe one guard and one center. I don't think we need two guards. Somebody on this team or somebody we get in the draft should be able to be capable if we sign two interior linemen that are proven to be good. 1070 Ti benchmarks? Not really. Nothing Seahawks related whatsoever, really. Damian Lewis wasn't a great fit for this outside zone stuff that Kubiak's going to want to do, but he's good. What's the best interior offensive lineman left? I like Tevin Jenkins the most. Whether he's the best or not, it depends on who you ask. Paulus Sinat. Zach Wilson to the Dolphins. Yes. Oh, yes, baby. Yes. What do you think we should do in the first round? Right now, I'm hoping one of these really good edge rushers falls to us, like Mikael Williams. It's a lot to ask. See you later, swine. I wish something was happening, but there's not much happening. Oh, here we go. Tier Tart. I liked him. Dang. Okay. Tier Tart goes to the Chargers. Back to the Chargers, I think. Because it's funny. Ooh, Tershawn Wharton just got paid. $3 years, $54 million for Tershawn Wharton from the Chiefs to the Panthers. Yeah, Wharton. That's a little bit more than I thought he would get, honestly. No, Hayden. You need a lot of edges. And Nwosu's probably in his last year. So getting a non-superstar edge is often a multi-year proposition. What's your next guess move Seattle makes? I'll go with Will Fries. I'll go with Will Fries. I don't think Tyler Booker sucks, but he has not been as good as I was hoping overall. Yeah, I don't think we should pay a running back, generally speaking, especially one that already gets hurt a ton, like K9. So that to me is kind of a no-brainer. Are there moves besides Darnold you wish we signed instead of another team? Oh, yeah, but I don't expect to make every move that I want to make. I expect to make some moves that I want to make. Hey, Harrison. Just curious about your take on Sam Darnold after being able to sit on it for a while now. I'm still not really a fan. It's not terrible. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it makes me feel like we have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I'm not a big fan of the player. I don't think this makes a lot of sense if you're somebody who's like, well, I'm sick of, being stuck in this cycle of perpetual mediocrity. I don't think Sam Darnold's the guy who digs you out of that mediocrity. Just in a general sense. Andre Oak, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Malik Harrison, Steelers, $10 million. Hold on, let me see. Yes. Where was Malik Harrison last year? Well, yeah, King Zoa. Anybody could do that, though. Zach Wilson could do that. Doesn't mean I wanted to give him $100 million. I don't hate Laken Tomlinson. He can't help that he's not good anymore. He's old. It's not his fault he's old. Sam Darnold, if he doesn't start, that would be deeply disappointing. And I say that as someone who's not a big fan of him because, you don't pay him that kind of money to sit on the bench. You just don't. Yeah, Darnold might work this year, but there's no way he's going to work behind this offensive line. Oh, no, Ryan Kelly to the Vikings. Oh. Whoa. 2-year, 18? Actually, that's kind of in line with what I was expecting. That's kind of actually pretty close to what I was thinking. Well, so much for that. Okay, Christian Haynes. Come on down. Maybe that takes them off the fries market. That's a good point. It's an interesting debate. Who you'd rather have? Fries is probably a better player long term, but Kelly plays a more important position. That's an interesting discussion that we could have. Josh Myers is the only one left, and I don't know how good he is. I'm not. A lot of people think he ain't all that. So, mixed thoughts. When's the next mock draft? Probably next week. I like Jaden Higgins a lot. Mustafa. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Everyone's like, oh, cap space, cap space, cap space. Signing Sam Darnold instead of extending Geno Smith gave us more cap space. It's like, well, you better use it. And normally I'd say I'd be totally fine with rolling it over, but not after you sign Sam Darnold. I'm not a big Sam Darnold fan, but I don't want him to die, so hopefully they do something eventually. James Daniels? He'd be all right. He's another right guard, though. Andre Ook, thank you for the $1.99. What do you think of Jackson Dart? He's all right. I don't think his arm is all that lively. I like everything else, I think, but his arm just isn't what I'm looking for in a franchise quarterback. I would understand the confusion. No, I'm not tripping on Haynes. I'm just saying he's unproven. We have no idea if he can be good or not. Like, I actually like Haynes, and I'm okay with trying him in 2025 somewhere, but it's by no means is it guaranteed to work. And we do ourselves no favors by thinking it is. Are you good? I think Olu has a very low ceiling, and I guess that's okay, but I think he's pretty capped out at just being like a bad starter or a good backup. Romy, thank you for the $2. We got to prioritize center first. It's a bad class. I think, and this is just a guess, I've heard nothing that indicates this is the play. I think they are going to just hope that Christian Haynes can convert to center. What you're playing between moves? Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. I know it seems like I'm not paying attention to the stream, but I actually am. Nothing's happening. So I'm just going to get some turns in on tactics since I'm just grinding anyway. Caleb, what you said does not make me not worry. What you said makes me worry more. Why do you think Haynes was garbage last year? That's really confusing. I feel like maybe he's not strong enough to play right guard. That's my best guess. And he needs time to convert to another position. Swine Flu, thank you for the $2. Trade for Bradbury, played with Sam in good zone fit. Why would the Vikings trade him? Are they kind of like... I don't know if the Vikings would trade him. If they would, that's a good idea. I like it. A game of my grinding. Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. Oh my god. Hey, Mason. Oh, there's still plenty of players to get. You just have to get them. I make an exception for center. We're kind of SOL on centers. Are they going to keep Bradbury and Kelly? You know, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Okay. Wow, that's weird. If Bradbury's good, why did they sign Kelly? Oh, Mike Jackson, 2 years, $14.5 million. Mike Jackson back to the Panthers. I have taken because I don't really like it. No, I'm not playing Madden. I don't think. Did they ever put a Madden? Is Tactics your favorite Final Fantasy game? No. It was my first one, though. So it means a lot to me. My favorite is probably 7. Oh, Burks. I know Burks. I know that man. All right. It's not the Bengals, it's the Eagles, isn't it? No, okay, there we go. It is the Bengals. He was an Eagle. I liked 12 more than most people. Have you played Marvel Rivals? I'm not really a big fan of games like that, to be perfectly honest. Dimsel. I'm not a big Marvel Rivals type guy. That kind of game doesn't really do much for me. What's your favorite movie trilogy? I mean, the only one that really is good all the way through is Lord of the Rings, right? Well, Card Craze, there was a re-release of Final Fantasy 12. It was called the Zodiac Age. Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac Age, right? That was a re-release with updated graphics. Who is your top free agent available? Jenkins. I'm a software developer. At the moment, I'm not employed, but me not being employed right now is also not that big of a deal because I'm doing this, so life's good. If you had to compare the Darnold signing to a video game, what would it be? Shadow of the Colossus. I think it's the only trilogy that's all the way that maintains an excellent level all the way throughout, Caden. Lord of the Rings. I can't think of another trilogy that does it. What do you think is going on with Jenkins? I'm not sure. Maybe the injuries? I have no idea. What's another film trilogy that was good all the way through? Maybe Star Wars? But Return of the Jedi isn't great. I haven't seen any of the Sonic movies. James Bond's not a trilogy, though. James Bond goes on forever. Dark Knight Rises isn't very good. Dark Knight Rises is a very shaky entry. I don't hate it, but it's not very good. Hunger Games is a quadrology or whatever it's called. Hunger Games is 4 movies. Are we going to pay Devin Horn-type money? I think so. The Godfather Part 3 is just okay, though. My favorite cartoon right now is probably Smiling Friends, but all time, I really like the first 3 seasons of Archer, but after it fell off. The Simpsons is great, but it fell off hard. Right now, my favorite cartoon is Smiling Friends. I think Back to the Future 2 is kind of weak. Honestly. The Hobbit sucks. The Hobbit is garbage. All right, I think we're still caught up on news. I don't really like Family Guy that much. I have not watched Severance yet. No, I've heard a lot about it. Would you take Russell Wilson back as a backup or bridge quarterback if Darnold sucks? Well, Darnold is here for the next 2 years pretty much no matter what. So I don't think there's any point in thinking about that. I have never watched BoJack. No. Indiana Jones. You know, I watched Temple of Doom recently, and it's not bad, but there are definitely some really like flamboyant elements to it that I don't think work very well. Here's one that I don't know if anybody could get behind me here. The Red Curtain trilogy. What about that one? No, I've never watched Arcane. Okay, so I think so. Yeah, that'd be okay, Derek. I feel like you might be a little washed, but we need some veteran presence out there. I'm not sure about Gunnar Helm anymore. The dead cap number is like 67 million. I don't think we get Asante Samuel Jr. I'd be cool with that, though. He's good. Probably Herman. If you were manager of the Seahawks right now, what are you doing? Are you saying like I get teleported into John Schneider's body right this very second? Mike, because I don't want to put too much stuff on the screen because I'm streaming from my laptop. I'll put the list up when I'm streaming. From my PC. Well, the 67 million isn't affected by Sam Darnold. Darius Slayton back to New York. He can never get out of there, man. He will always be a Giant. Eternal Giant. 336. Okay. Which big notable free agents are left? Tevin Jenkins, Will Fries. I guess you could count T. Higgins for the moment. I'd probably be working pretty hard on Tevin Jenkins. I don't know how many different ways I can say that, but it's the only thing that really resonates with me. Jenkins plays a more valuable position. And a position we need more. Yeah, T. Higgins got franchise tagged, but he hasn't signed it yet. Is this the wildest offseason in franchise history, or am I overreacting? It's up there. It's up there. I don't know if it is, but you're not without a pretty valid point. I thought Michael Gallup retired. Oh, Lockett could be finalized with the Raiders. Oh, good for him. The Russell trade was so obviously the move, though. Like, in hindsight, it wasn't completely clear at the time. That team had nothing going for it. This is, I think, more debatable. I really do. He's trying to return? Oh, wild. I don't know. I have no idea how much Cup would cost. Probably around $15 million a year. Oh, I don't know what the cap space is after the Darnold deal. I'm estimating it's like 55, but it's really hard to actually pinpoint the exact number with the information that we have. Yeah, I saw the Daryl Taylor thing. First year ambition, that better not be real. Ambition, if that's real, then I'm really out on this. I'm much more out on it than I was before. That better not be true. And there's no way it can be true. That doesn't even make sense. No, that can't be right. That would imply front loaded. I suspect we've got something that works for wide receiver and left guard. Well, that's great, but you need to actually do it. All right, we got an hour left on the stream, people. We got an hour left on the stream. So thanks everybody for hanging out here. We still got 500 people hanging out, even though barely anything's happening. We're gonna go for another hour, and then I'm gonna go. So, again, last call for likes and subscriptions. If you like the channel, I do like 4 to 6 videos on the Seahawks a day most of the time. Draft season's almost here. We're gonna be streaming all day tomorrow and the rest of the week. And also, last call for anybody who wants to go above and beyond. You can become a channel member by clicking join for $2, $5, or $15. You can donate via super chat by clicking the $ in the chat. You can use the link near the top of the description to tip. You can pledge to Patreon. Those are the best ways to help support the channel. I did hear the year 1 hit for Darnold is $37 million. That can't be right. I thought you were going to leave to eat. I am going to leave to eat in an hour. I'm not going to leave to eat yet. So this is basically a 1-year deal for Sam. I've been told it's a 2-year deal. Yeah, I need to see the makeup of the contract, Carl, before I really say, okay, I'm cool with it or I'm not cool with it now. Mason, I don't think that's true at all. I think signing Darnold means we now better have a good season or else he's going to be on a burning hot seat. Like, yeah. I don't think it's true at all that this is a way to dodge a hot season. I think the way to dodge a hot season would have been to just chill out and sign somebody like a Zach Wilson. Thoughts on the JC Horn deal? Probably more than I thought he was going to get, but that's how this works. Oh, we just hit 20,000 total views on the stream, by the way. Thank you, everybody. Anime fan? Some, Ivan. I seriously doubt Darnold's going to get cut after 1 season. I think it's 2. And then you make a decision. I don't know, Goose. Maybe it's because we're a West Coast team. Maybe it's that simple. Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. I've heard about Demon Slayer. Mason, it's kind of mixed. It depends on how you look at it. The free agency streams are longer and harder for me to do, but they're probably a little bit better. And it also depends on what the team is doing. That'd be all right, Huang. I think that's a pretty good start. Alan, everybody is now saying it's 100.5, the full deal. Now he's not going to see some of that, but the actual deal is 100.5. You streaming until Wednesday? No, I'm going to stream all through the week until Friday. Friday's the end. Oh, Mac Hollins found a signing. Brendan, do you think Mike Mack had a say in the Geno and DK trade? I don't know about a say. I'm sure he was aware of it. But how he feels is not particularly important in that moment, I feel like. I mean, Schneider fought like hell to get in this situation. I don't think he's going to want to give up power to his head coach again. All right. Yep. Mac Hollins is in. Oh, is it 10.4? Okay. No, it's 8.4 that Max is out at 10.4. Okay. Apparently, we don't release Noah Fant. I think we would have done it by now. Yes, I stream rounds 1 through 7. Hopkins, maybe. He wasn't great last year, was he? I think Chase Young's pretty overrated, yes. I'll be right back, guys. I need to do something. Michael Hoecht. Okay. I remember him. Well, we're not going to get T. Higgins, so I'm not thinking too hard about that, but probably like 4 years. Thoughts on the Kyrie injury? I don't want to talk about the fucking Mavericks right now, man. I am pretty fed up right now. That the new scheme can protect some of their current offensive linemen. Okay, my problem is we literally don't have a left guard right now. It's not like we have one that I don't like or have one that isn't good enough. We literally do not have one rostered. Unless we move somebody. I'm a passive Mavs fan, Silver, because Dirk was my favorite player back 15 years ago. I'm not really a Mavericks fan, but I'd rather them win than any other team, right? Does that make sense? I'm not a fan of the Mavericks, but, you know, somebody has to win. And when I watch, I'm going to root for somebody, and I'd rather it be them than pretty much anyone else. Because Dirk was my favorite player. But I'm not really a Mavericks fan. Again, I want to stress that. It's like, to me, being a fan implies something about how seriously you take things. And I don't take it that seriously. Silver Ace, I don't know if there's like a pattern there that I can like ascribe. Okay, Ricky, but the problem is there's a non-trivial cap commitment to that second scenario that we didn't need to make. Creamy Retriever's good at Frisbee. I don't have a Frisbee, actually. I think they'd be scared of it, honestly. Mecole Hardman as a number 3, I guess. That's not super exciting, though. The thing is, Fry's got a major injury last year. Harrison, we better get a good offensive lineman, or else what was all this for? One of my dogs is like, hold on, 3.5, and the other's 2.5, something like that. You should list all of your political views. Okay. Do you believe the report that Gino forced his way out? No, I look, we have to believe one of the two reports. I believe the Breer report because, and I say that simply because I think it's more likely that Schneider is trying to spin something to make himself look better than it is that Gino is releasing something to spin it to look better. But we'll never know. No, I don't want Laken Tomlinson back. If we sign him, he's probably going to end up starting. Hakeem Davis. Oh, yeah, okay, I know that guy. Well, not personally, but you know. I can't believe you guys are an asshole. I don't see that at all. All right, well, that's enough from you. I don't even remember what I said, but whatever I said, that's gonna just be something I don't need to deal with anymore. Ooh, Cowboy signed somebody. Javonte Williams, washed up running back. No, I don't think John T falls to us. Now that we know the difficulties of building a team with two high-priced receivers. See, I don't even know if I think that's true. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl, and they're paying quite a bit of money to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I look at it quite that way. It's 3.5. I think it's 3.5 with incentives, though, right? Yeah, it's 3.5 with incentives. Yeah, I've heard about Abe Lucas feeling good. That's exciting for sure. Well, obviously, we're going to sign somebody as wide receiver 3 or draft somebody half daddy. It doesn't have to be Mac Hollins. I don't know why you'd get tunnel vision about Mac Hollins, of all people. Can't we do Darnold with JSN and some fillers with a top 10 O-line and a top 3 defense? Well, you've got a long way to go to get to a top 10 O-line, Silver. You've got a long way to go. Am I crazy for preferring Prime Gino over Prime Russ? Gino is just a much more conventional player. No, I see it. I don't think that Gino was as good as Prime Russ, but Prime Russ had some really strong strengths, but his weaknesses are atrocious. Gino's just more kind of even keeled. I guess I can see it, but I don't think it's true. Think we wanted Ryan Kelly? I would hope that we at least thought about it. Yeah, Fries is still out there. Nope, nothing else. We're chill, guys. 39 minutes. You think anything else is going to happen today? I'm going to say yes, but it might not happen until after I turn this stream off. Mattingly, I told you to trim those sideburns. Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99. Don't see IOL signed on your list. Get us 3 primos. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do. Hey, Brendan, how are you feeling, man? You look defeated. I am too. I mean, I'm just not feeling it. I don't know. I can't rally around this one. You planning on making video after the stream? I will probably wait until after I eat dinner, but I think so, yes. Why do you have to be on the laptop? Well, I don't really want to get into that, but I do. It is what it is. That's a little complicated for me to get into. I need to watch. I need to keep an eye on the dogs. Basically, that's the shortest version. What'd you eat for lunch? Thank you, Filipino man, for the member message. By the way, I just had like a ham and turkey sandwich. Not much to it. I don't eat that much for lunch most of the time. I get elaborate for breakfast and dinner. I do not really do much when I eat lunch. I'm guessing we have like 55 million after the Darnold signing, but I have no actual idea. I don't even know what the cap hit is yet. I'm guessing. Okay, yeah, ambitious, but that's not necessarily the cap hit. The 37.5 million isn't the cap hit. That's just what he gets. What the player gets and what the cap hit is are two different things. That doesn't tell me enough information, ambition. Cooper Cup would be interesting. I don't hate that idea. That's for sure. Hmm. 446 is good, Silver Ace. All right. She wants to be let out. Give me a second. What moves would you need to see to renew your outlook on this team? Darnold needs a near perfect situation to succeed. I mean, that's just you got to invest heavy in the offensive line with guys who you know are good. Come on. Yo. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You're a good girl. What wide receiver would you like the Hawks to sign at this point? I'm kind of getting into the Cooper Kupp idea, honestly. I kind of talked myself into that one. Syvon Williams is interesting. I need to look at him a little bit more. I'm starting to kind of like the Kupp idea a little bit. Okay, I think somebody up above asked me if there was anything that I liked about the Darnold thing. I mean, he does have some talent. He does have a good arm. He does have some degree of mobility, which can work well with Kubiak's scheme of play action. There is some stuff that I like about Darnold, but there's also some stuff I really don't. Yeah, I'm going to wait till the end of free agency, Filipino Mad, before I do that. Hold on. Did they just finish drinking all their water? 1 second. Yeah, the thing is, that whole idea of youth loses a lot of its luster when the guy's already getting paid significant money. Like, part of the idea of getting young is you get players that are on the rookie scale. He's not on the rookie scale. What do you want to see from the Seahawks tomorrow? They got to figure out this offensive line thing. Period. I can think of no other way to put it. Now that you have Darnold, you have literally no other choice. I can see no other way that this makes any sense at all. I'd be very surprised if Darnold's cap hit is 10 million. That, if that's the case, then it's so backloaded, it may end up being actually kind of a pain in the ass to deal with later. I seriously doubt it's that good. Or that low, I should say. I don't even think that would be that good. Dante Thornton is going to be very fun, but I gotta, the Tennessee thing is dicey. Oh, I agree, David. I agree. There are still positives to being young, but the thing is, 27 is like your prime, and he's going to be 28 next year. Like, he should already be what he is as of last year. And look, last year he was good, but can he be good in a different context? I don't know if I think so. I'm not convinced. I know that God dang it. Dre Greenlaw, Bronco. They're picking off Niners defenders. Yep, Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. Should we sign Diggs? I mean, God, he feels more washed up than Amari Cooper to me. I'd rather do Amari Cooper if that's the choice that I have. I think Lockett's going to end up with the Raiders. That one's starting to make a little bit of sense. More than a little bit of sense, maybe. Gaines. Did Gaines sign today? I feel like I wrote that name down at some point. Dude, Tyson, our receivers suck, though. We need something. We can't go through this season with this. I don't know. Yeah, Greenlaw. Yeah, JSN, Bobo, and Derek Young. We need to be much better than that. Like, we don't have to be great, but we better be better than that. I like Derek Young, but at this point, it's unlikely that it amounts to anything. I liked him, but okay, 3 years, 35 for Greenlaw. That's pretty good, given he barely played last year. That's more than I would have expected. No, I'm pretty out on Bobo Bray Dog. He had opportunities last year, and he just didn't do much. Do you think we had conversation with Josh Palmer, or we just didn't even try? Who knows? That's really hard to speculate on. Cody White may be the most interesting guy. Dude, it just occurred to me, Ernest Jones took less than Dre Greenlaw. That's actually kind of crazy. Dre Greenlaw played like 2 games last year, right? He barely played. Are we okay with the team not being active right now? I guess, but they need to be active at some point. Like, I'm sorry, even if you like the Darnold signing, I would hope that everybody's at the very least willing to admit that it's not going to do us any good if we just sit on our hands for the rest of free agency. We need some pretty big time impact players immediately. We can't just draft them and wait. Otherwise, Darnold's going to be a crash test dummy this year, and I'm not digging that. And I can't imagine anyone who would, right? Like, even if you like him, then why would you want him to be a crash test dummy? And if you don't like him, wouldn't you want him to get the help that he needs to be the player that he could theoretically be based on what we saw in Minnesota? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Silver. You're outside what? Ooh, Najee Harris to the Chargers? Interesting. Oh, they're close. They're not there yet. Okay. They're close. You would hope so, David. It's David. Philip, nothing. Nothing at all. We haven't lost anybody either because none of our current free agents are worth a crap. David, I'm going to implement those starting Wednesday. Unfortunately, I can't do it from here because I'm on my laptop, and I don't want more balls in the air right now than I already have to deal with. It's already kind of dicey enough streaming from this piece of garbage. I just want to keep things simplified until I get to my setup. And by the time I get to it, it's going to be too late. But I didn't have a choice this year. I had to be AFK or away from my setup for the start of free agency, the first 2 days. Rodgers hasn't signed yet, has he? What is taking so long? Mm. Yeah, they were close, but I haven't heard anything about it being finalized. As far as I know, nothing's happened yet. I'm not a big Najee guy, but he's all right. You know, he can play. Silver Ace. I guess it would be the Darkness Retreat. I could just avoid him. That's not an easy one, though. Dream pickup. At this point, I would still say Tevin Jenkins. I haven't moved off of that. Well, don't worry. Not too long after I turn the stream off, I'm going to go get food. That may be what happens, and I guess that would be okay. Okay, Ashton Doolin. I don't know much about him, but he just got a little bit of money from the Colts. Fries would be fine. I just have questions about that. I just wonder, okay, where does the rest of the line fall into place here? What are we going to do at left guard, which is the position where we literally don't have anybody? I would still have like, okay, I would definitely get excited about it, but I would also be like, okay, what are we going to do about these other things? Hey, Jose. Yeah, I remember you. Hey, Charisma. How you doing? Fries and Jenkins. That would be great. Hell yeah. Sign me up for that. I might go to Chick-fil-A. I haven't been there in like years. I don't know, though. DJ Jones is the nose tackle. The Darnold contract is apparently 100.5. So just call it 100. Just call it 100. It's fine. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $1.99. You should try posting some polls tomorrow. I thought about that, but when it would have made sense to do so, I was getting so much garbage from the chat. I just didn't feel like giving people another venue to call me stupid because I don't think Sam Darnold's a very good quarterback. Jose, because I need to watch. I need to watch these dogs. I'm the only one here right now who can watch these dogs. Soon I won't be. But today I need to keep an eye on them. I think we're at about 55 million, Kings O, but I don't know. We're not going to celebrate. You don't like it. No, Darnold, I don't think can be really Matt Flynn. He's making too much. Get a better shit. I'm disappointed. What are the best options still available for Seattle? I mean, Tevin Jenkins was my number one before free agency started, so I'm still pretty high on him. All right, guys, 12 minutes left. And like I said, I am going to go ahead and get out of here on time. I can't really go late. And I shouldn't need to anyway. I've been here 8 hours. I'm actually not terribly mad about the Darnold contract because regardless, he's not getting top dollar and he's somewhat young. So I'm sure we could at the very least move off of him for a bad pick. That's a lot of dead money if you do that next year, though. Juwan Winfrey? I don't know who that is. Do you expect the Hawks to make some moves today? Well, as we get closer and closer to the end of the day, it's certainly getting less likely. As of now, how many wins you have us getting next year? It's way too early for me to say anything meaningful there. We got to get through the offseason. Come on, man. I mean, like, I'm not super optimistic about things right now, but we got to at least give them a chance. All right, hold on 1 second. What's the biggest draft need for 2025? Well, we literally don't have a left guard on the team, so. I imagine Lockett would be because it's literally like 150. Are you surprised I made no other moves today? I'd say a little bit. Yes, the normal setup should be back on Wednesday. Yes, you're right, Goose. Hopefully, I'll be able to have some kind of a tier list up, although most of the top players will likely be off the board. But whatever. I got. We're going to have something. Do you guys like not having the on screen chat? Do you guys like not having a chat on screen? Because I could just leave it like that. It's better? Okay. All right, I can just leave it off, I guess. Five minutes. In these last few minutes, can you recap the... No, I can't really recap that any more than I already have. Steelers always find a way to 9 wins, don't they? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Shanir. Yes, as far as I know, we got pick 92 from the Raiders, which I'm still not very happy about. I'm just going to say it. But at the same time, I could certainly live with it if we would just do a normal 1 year step back reload, but we won't. Do you expect any more moves to be made the rest of the day? Well, I'm sure there will be some in the NFL. Yeah, Myles Garrett got extended early today, I think. That was a while back. Still nothing. When I'm watching on my TV, I like to chat on. Yeah, I have thought about that. Nobody fought me on X, Silver Ace, when I said that. Somebody was just like, somebody just said something weird, and I was like, I replied to it. That's all there is to it. I'm not a big JJ McCarthy guy either. That may be true, but he's in a much better situation. Tevin Jenkins, that's still my favorite. It was my favorite to start, and I don't think that's changed. All right, guys. It's 5 o'clock. I got to go. Thanks for coming out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stream starts at about 9 a.m. And we'll see what day 2 of free agency holds for us. So if any moves get made tonight, I'll make a video. But right now, things are quiet and peaceful. Everyone have a good night. Go Hawks. And I wish I was a little more optimistic about the way things are, but I am genuinely not.